What is this? Bonus stream? There we go. There's the game. We got audio. We got video. Bonus stream. That's right. I was gonna vote yes, but I was showering. Well, good. You got the stream. This is fancy. We're in a new game because like I said, I've started a few times. Let me check the sound. It's always too loud for me. Just gonna say that. Video of the live things you couldn't chat? Weird. We're gonna do main story. Explore the Stolen Lands, a wild territory that has been contested for centuries. Hundreds of kingdoms have risen and fallen in these lands, and now it is time for you to make your mark by building your own kingdom. To succeed in this, you need to survive the harsh wilderness and the menace of rival nations, as well as perils from within your own court. Well, I love this picture. I love it. Alright, so let's not do normal, let's do easy, which is... That's weird. Normal has damage reduction 20. Easy has damage reduction 60, so it should be significantly easier, right? We don't suffer criticals. They will not die after suffering a deadly energy. They will instead receive death door condition. Then they will die. Cool. Seems fine. Yeah, we can do auto level up for our companions. That's fine. Okay. So apparently we can pick existing characters. Fighter, paladin, a ranger. Yeah, it sounds like it's the death save roll. Sorcerer. And a cleric. Okay. Let's go ahead and create new. We have a bit of trouble helping for now because it's based off Pathfinder, which is an offshoot of D&D. What race is this man? I like dwarves. Could be a dwarf. She looks very evil. I don't know what class this would be, but it looks cool. What is that she's holding? Or is that magic? That might be magic. Another female dwarf. A ranger. Ding, 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 ding. I know this is just a portrait, but it's a gold cup she was stealing. Ah, yes. Oh, the game hiccuped there for a second. Well, golly. Well, I don't know. This one seems generic. We'll come back to this maybe when I figure out everything else. I want to look at classes first. Okay. Soften my... Alchemist's most almost gleeful compassion for building explosive bombs. These traits, while making him a liability and a risk for most civilized organizations and institutions of higher learning, seem to fit well with most adventuring groups. That's pretty funny. Oh, okay, there's like subclasses. Better understand their function, unlike a chirurgeon? Their goals are not related to healing, but rather to experimentation and knowledge that most people would consider evil. The skills that were down here changed quite a bit when I swap between these two, so they do seem to be different. So this one seems like bombs is their main thing. Oh, here we go. Mutagen. Okay. The cost of his personality. Heightened physical prowess at the cost of his personality. It's a standard action to drink a mutagen. Okay. Interesting. Okay. So they're sneaky. In addition, I guess. And they don't have bombs. Uses a teal. Okay, so like a healer bomb. We're gonna be here a while. Barbarian. Also, I don't know what my party is gonna be like, so we'll just have to see. Mad Dog. What is this? Though named for the wild savages who fight alongside rabid dogs, mad dogs employ all manner of beasts as their battle brethren. Cool. Can't. Something said can't cast spells. But I lost it. Danger sense. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna glance at them all a little bit and then we'll pet icon, yeah. Mad Dog sounds funny. That's a plus for it, sure. We'll glance at them and then I'll go back to the ones that sound interesting. When raging, you can't cast spells. Okay, thank you for that, Gretch. Some barbarians learn to take whatever comes their way. Oh, they use pain to fuel their rage. A bard. Capable of confusing and confound their foes while inspiring their allies. I do like that, but I have a feeling the game will probably give us a healer type, right? I don't know. If I was to guess what type of role they would definitely provide us with, it would be a healer, but let's see. Meets his research sacrifice the bard's inspirational performance for a smattering of rogue talents. Okay. Interesting. Flame Dancer. Ah! Okay. So even these subclasses seem to be pretty different. Let's see. Bound to the land. Okay. They even use like dice rolls in the descriptions here. Hey, Stars and Candles. What's this? Wow. But I think 20 is max level. But that's crazy. Die from joy or sorrow. That's crazy. Cleric. Got a druid. Okay, so you can choose to have a lot more spells, I guess, or an animal companion. And you turn into animals. Or a wolf. No, a bunch of animals. Bear. Okay. It's kind of weird because this tree looks so small compared to the other ones. But I guess it's because this isn't like... I don't know what they would define these as, but these aren't like my spells and stuff. This is like my skill, my... I don't know what you would call this. Class specific stuff. Yeah. Unarmed strike, natural must succeed at a fortitude. Or become nauseated. Wow. So basically you're just a diseased person. Hey, Chocobo. Oh, I appreciate that. I got distracted from Steve's stream because we were chatting in Discord about RPGs, and then I couldn't resist. And increases summons. I appreciate it, Chocobo. These subclasses look so different. Oh my lord. So I think all but the Blight one has the nature bond. Okay. So much to absorb! I love it. Alright. Fighting, so combat, defeating their enemies, controlling the flow of battle, surviving such stories themselves. Okay, they get good at armor. Strong against fear. And they get bonus combat feats. Level 20, they master a weapon. Okay. Okay. They move from place to place, chasing down enemies and researching emerging threats. As a result, they often travel with others, if for no other reason than to mask their presence. Inquisitors work with members of their faith whenever possible, but even such allies are not above suspicion. Most two-managed movements. Summon creatures. Okay. Summons an extraplanar dog. Summon a wolf. A lizard. Dire wolf. I don't even know what that is. Soul Eater. Whoa. Maybe got a lot in here. They're not expended. Okay. That sounds handy. Good at sensing deception. That sounds handy. Okay. Starting at first level, an Inquisitor can pronounce judgment upon her foes as a swift action. Starting when the judgment is made, the Inquisitor receives a bonus or special ability based on the type of judgment made. You can use this ability once per day. Okay. So this one had stern gaze, but this one doesn't. The tactical leader did not. This one has. They hunt and punish threats to the faith as an awe-inspiring duo. When they work together as one, there are few that dare to stand in their way. Okay. Kineticists. Oh wow. Kineticists are living channels for elemental matter and energy, manipulating the world around them by drawing upon inner reserves from their own bodies. Kineticists often awaken to their kinetic abilities during a violent or traumatic experience, releasing their power involuntarily. Wow. As kinetic power is seldom inherited, and kineticists are rarely able to find mentors to guide them, so they must delve into these mysteries of their own on their own to learn to control their gifts. Generally use their powers to assail their foes from range, but based on the way their talents develop, they can channel their kinetic abilities for a variety of situations. Actually quite different from their families and friends, they often strike out on their own or alongside others with extraordinary talents. What? Some kineticists who are loath to suffer the consequences of channeling their powers study the darkest esoteric energies of the planes and use souls to fuel their occult might. The spiritual tortures these dark elements inflict upon their victim souls are horrifically selfish acts, on par with the actions of demons. Wow. Okay. Whoa. Emotional power. Oof. Kinetic Knight dons armor and wields a blade of elemental energy. Kinetic Knights are rare in the inner sea region, but not unknown. Many realize their elemental powers while training for battle. Form a weapon using your kinetic abilities. You create a non-reach light. A non-reach light? Or one-handed weapon in your hand, formed by pure energy or elemental matter. Oops, I moved my mouse. Kinetic blade shape. It's purely cosmetic. Doesn't affect the damage. Critical threat range. Okay. Uses form infusion once as part of an attack action, charge action, or full attack action. Kinetic blade. How do I scroll? Oh, here we go. The blade disappears at the end of your turn. The weapon deals the same time strip. Okay. Jeez. What's burn? Can overexert herself to channel more power than normal. Pushing past limits was safe for her body. Okay. This was on the other one too. Okay. I like the sound of the kinetic knight. Non-reach equals melee range of sword, not melee range of a polearm. Oh, okay. Magi spend much of their time traveling the world, learning whatever martial or arcane secrets they can find. They might spend months learning a new sword fighting style from a master warrior while simultaneously moonlighting in the local library, poring through tomes of ancient lore. Most who take this path dabble in all sorts of lore, picking up anything that might aid them in their search for perfection. Huh. Two weapon fighting, but the offhand weapon is a spell that is being cast. Instinctively learn their spells. Sword Saint. Oh, an archer version of it. That's kind of cool. Okay. Got a monk. Tracking when it's least expected, taking advantage of enemy vulnerabilities. Okay. Sure. Advice. Oh, okay. Paladin. Monks are always broken and you love it? What do you mean by that? Like they're too strong? I probably don't want to be a paladin because, yeah, they're like tied to a deity. And that doesn't really appeal to me. Even though I like the skill set paladins usually have in games. Sure. Freebooter. A pirate! That sounds interesting. No, I think yeah, they focus on healing, Gabe. More than other things. Being able to get all the loot as a rogue sounds nice. Yeah, basically monk. Oh, that makes sense. Monks don't need gear to be strong. That makes sense. A slayer. Slayers are consummate hunters, living for the chase and the deadly stroke that brings it to a close. Oh, they're like stealth too. Yeah, these are all like stealth. Kinetic Nightly. That was the one that was this one, right? Yeah. I probably won't do swords for a wizard because well, let's look. I just don't want to be that squishy. Okay, and then there's classes I can't pick for some reason down there. My character that died in 4E was a Slayer, yeah. So, I mean, Monk I like, and this Kinetic Knight I like. Druid sound interesting. So let's go through some of these. The Blight Druid sounds crazy, but it also sounds pretty darn evil. So part of this though is I don't know what these are. So like I was here and I went to Bond. Weather. Okay, I want to go to here. Oh no, this is different. Okay, I think I'm thinking of... I don't know, can I just auto set this so I can see the next screen? I want to I want to understand what the spells are, but I guess I have to like get there to get there. So never mind. I can't select this. Oh, okay. It's probably only for the first subtype or whatever. Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna go with this one. I'm not gonna look into it. I'm just gonna go, and we'll pick from there. It was the one that was drawn to that appealed to me on the surface level, and then I will just go from there. So what does this mean? Recommended ability. I don't use spells? Really? I'm a kinetic. I guess just because... Ah. Spell-like abilities. Got it. Got it. Cool. Okay. Now we learn what all the stats mean. Dexterity measures agility, reflexes, balance. It's the most important ability for rogues and is vital for characters seeking to excel with ranged weapons such as the bow or a sling. It's useful for characters who wear light or medium armor, or no armor at all. If a character's dexterity falls to 0, they become immobilized. Your character's dexterity modifier applies to ranged attacks made with bows, crossbows, throwing axes, and many ranged spell attacks like Scorching Ray or Searing Light. Yeah, low pre-made can't be clicked for most of the subclasses. It seems like it's only for the first one in the list. Armor class. Okay. They want me to get these two. Reduces health and stamina, higher constitution, increased hit points. Okay. Oh, I didn't pick a race. I gotta go all the way back. I don't want to be a human. Humans are boring. A gnome? Yeah, I know this race. That hurt me. Is the only human in Menti D&D party. I'm sorry. Though, to be fair, being a human paladin just makes sense. Oh, it's like a celestial... They're mostly human. Oh, they look mostly human. Fiendish. Honestly, pretty much all of these classes are super humanoid, so it doesn't matter. Okay, sure. We'll be this. Something's changing. Can't really see it though. I'm tempted to be bald simply because I don't like any of the hair options. There we go, we're bald. It's fine. Okay. Oh, now we have to select the heritage. Okay. Dear Lord, look at this. Wait. Oh, because we already selected it, just jumped. Okay, it's smart. It's smartish. I don't know. I don't know whether that's smart or confusing. Okay, wild talents, kinetic blast. Okay. Uncertain heritage have +2 wisdom, charisma, +2 on persuasion. Searing light once per day. Angel blooded. +2 racial bonus to strength and charisma. Bonus on lore. Emberkin feel the dual pull of their Perry forebear as well as that of the fallen angel, further down the ancestry, and wrestle with their urges to do both good and evil. Yeah, lesser restoration sounds nice, yeah. Burning arc spell once per day. Possess bestial aspects and calm dispositions and often act as peaceful intermediaries between lawful and chaotic agents of good. +2 constitution and charisma, and a +2 racial bonus to lore, nature, and perception checks. Summon nature's allies 3 spell once per day. Hold person spell. Champions of Justice. Okay. Wow. Believe chaos is the cause of all mortal suffering. Okay. My brain did not read that word properly. The mustache is what I read at first. Freedom and joy, and travel the world to liberate less fortunate individuals. They can use glitter dust, whatever that is. And isn't Garuda a type of bird? Because I don't want to be no bird. I'm torn between angel-blooded and Agathian-blooded, whatever that is. That's probably how I know that, Gabe. It's because of 14. Being able to heal sounds nice, but from a, like, story perspective, I like the idea of being neutral good. So I guess I'll go with that. Okay. So I have no idea what to put my points into. Okay. Like that? Let's just put... What does this do? I don't know if technically we attack with strength or not. It's a magic blade, but I think we'll still attack with strength. But I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I read the skill descriptions, but I don't know what my skills fall under because they're kind of like weird. They're probably dex based. Okay. So maybe what we can do is like these. I think we can only have 118 is what I'm gathering from this. Well, whatever. I'm sure my choices will ruin me forever. I'm going to try not to linger on it too long. Okay, physical ability to do things such as leaping, scaling walls, and swimming. Enables you to catch objects, climb obstacles, jump, and so on. Sounds nice. We already have a +4 on these for some reason. Oh, it's a dexterity plus. Skill represents a character's talent for balance and coordination, including aerial maneuvers, gymnastics, and tumbling. You move near opponents without provoking attacks of opportunity, keep your balance, escape from restraints, break from your falls, squeeze through tight spots, and so on. Trickery represents the ability to perform tasks that require delicate manipulation. Let you disarm traps. Open locks, pilfer objects from creatures, and so on. Void detection, allow the character to slip past foes, strike from an unseen position. Also enables you to avoid being noticed. Okay. Skill represents a character's knowledge about spells, magic items, and numerous bits of magical lore. Your character's knowledge skill enables you to identify magical items and monsters such as constructs, dragons, and magical beasts, learn or borrow spells from spellbooks and scrolls, and recall knowledge about Arcana. Represents knowledge about people, systems that make civilizations run, and historical events that made societies what they are today. Your character's knowledge of the world skill enables you to create or detect forgeries, decipher writings, identify monsters, humanoids, and recall knowledge about geography, history, people, and places. Okay. Skill represents a character's knowledge about the natural world. Your character lore enables you to hunt, identify monsters, recall knowledge about dungeons or nature, skin the dead animals, avoid random encounters, and so on. Which we apparently have a +2 because, oh, that makes sense. Yes, because it was like a beast. We have like beast blood or something. Religion, knowledge about deities, holy lore. Okay. Perception represents character's acuity, which enables them to notice fine details, see danger coming, tell when people are lying or otherwise behaving suspiciously. It enables you to read secret messages, get hunches, notice creatures and details, search locations, sense movements, motives, and so on. But to manipulate other people through negotiation, deceit, or intimidation, your character's persuasion skill enables you to change others' attitudes, create diversions, gather information, intimidate lines, so on. Very similar to 3.5 leveling. Use magic device. Ability to activate magical items, even if you're not otherwise trained in their use. Your character's use magic device skill enables you to activate wands and scrolls that would normally be unable to use, equip magic items that you would normally be prohibited from equipping, and avoid the negative consequences of using dangerous, magical, and cursed items. Okay. So we already have some pluses here. I have 2 points. feel like okay, so these are our favored skills. So maybe we should get those. Class skills will cost less to level up, or get twice the increase per point. So, oh. It goes from +1 to +5. Wow. Okay. Versus like athletics, I just get the 1. Okay. I guess I'll go into these two. I'm gonna be like a leader or something, right? Is kind of the whole point of the game. So I should probably have decent perception and persuasion. Okay. "30 feet in 3 seconds is not that bad. Alright, we're just gonna go with it because, yep. We'll regret all the decisions later. So they're recommending a ranged attack. What is this? Feet and okay. So we're choosing our feet, which I think is what? Let's figure this out. I want to figure out how this chart works here. I don't see it at all. I kind of remember them talking about this in the other screen, but I have no idea. You think that? Okay. And I'm doing water because ice. I like ice. Ice. No, no, I don't even have to think about it. I like ice. And then I could have picked all these things. But they were recommending those two. My god, look at all these. But yeah, based on what we just did for stats, I think, yeah, that makes sense. Good call. Alright. Oh boy. Wait a minute. Hey, when did I get these? Oh, maybe it was covered before. Also, I lost all my selections. Because I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing. Uh-oh. Bear's chasing something. I don't know. Where was I? Character. Whew, Bear's getting something in his sleep, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, we probably should pick a different portrait, huh? I don't think any of them are even close to what I look like. So maybe that one is closer. It at least has the magical eyes. Yeah, I don't know. That's all I got. All right. I wonder if you could like upload a portrait to the game. Probably.
I'll take care of it. You should have run. Follow if you dare.
Wherever my legs carry me. I did it! All I see is blackness.
Ooh.
I will see this through. Our path leads on. We shall overcome. I'm wounded. Let's move. We cannot be defeated.
I feel faint.
Let us bide our time. No contest. My skills exceed yours.
Let's move already. Out of my way!
Someone else would make better use of this. I'm wounded. What a find.
Away, you rascal! The spell's not working. That's mean. With grace? Hey, have a look!
Your luck's run out. Damn this silly thing.
I'm wounded. Exactly. What was that? This one?
Will hurt. No mistakes. All according.
Enemy approach!
I'm wounded.
Yeah, it was that one.
What's that glitter? Cover me! Careful now.
A mere flesh wound. Interesting. A test. I'll take care of it. You should have run. Follow if you dare.
The road calls me. I'll take the bait.
I could be here forever.
Quick, quick! Else we miss all the fun!
I do not find this to be useful. Strike with all your might! We won't falter!
I failed. Aim carefully. I feel faint.
Heal me quickly!
Adventures are exciting. This hurts so much. Away, you rascal! The spell's not working. That's mean.
This one's making me laugh the most.
An expected outcome. No mistakes. What a find. All according to plan.
It sounds so evil.
Hesitation is a waste of time.
Does anyone require my counsel?
A mere flesh wound. Interesting. A test of my abilities. A trivial task.
I have no idea. I'm never gonna decide. Let me just put my name in. Let me type. Alright. Keep it simple. Call it nightly. Okay. Yeah, I think neutral would be fine. Is it bad that Wounded Lions are making that? They're funny!
You should have run. I'll take care of it. A mere flesh wound.
Let's shred them! May I see your entrails, please?
Wow. Wow.
Hold on. Just a little more. This doesn't suit me. I'm wounded. I stand ready. Let's move. We cannot be defeated.
Let us bide our time. Let us be careful. My skills exceed yours. No contest. I failed.
Aim carefully. Follow if you
I would
dare.
find the reserved one annoying when I was failing something, I think. The emote wall is struggling.
With grace? Hey, have a look! Adventures are—
Your luck's run out. This is my chance to run. Damn this silly thing.
Ah, a test
We'll
of
just
my
go then.
abilities.
My actual birthday is March 2nd, and I'm not creative enough to just pick a random one, so let's just go with that.
A trivial task.
I don't know, this picture looks exactly like this. I think it's fine. These are the choices we made. Special abilities. Demoralize. Gather power. This picture makes it look like we're gonna do like a Dragon Ball thing. Can summon a leopard. And giant frogs. And mites. Okay. I think that's it. I think we're just gonna go with it. We'll figure it out probably. We'll find out. We're on, what was it, easy? I didn't go for story, but I did go easy.
Our story started at the mansion of an Aldori sword lord. Drawn by the promise of a most dangerous task and a commensurately huge reward, heroes of all stripes gathered here.
I think that's me!
Where are they? This is taking forever! They didn't even say what this was for, just that the Aldori were looking for heroes. Who are the Aldori anyway? Rich folk?
Okay, hold on. Sound. The music is louder than the voices. I don't like it. Let's try this again.
If you can't be patient, no one's keeping you here. Just go back to your mountains or whatever hole you crawled out of. The Aldori Sword Lords run the premier school for the dueling arts. They're also the richest and most influential group in this part of Brevoy. Take that tone with them, and they'll teach you some manners pretty quickly.
Sorry, I'm gonna adjust this a bunch. Because I want to hear them. You know, it might be my headset actually. Check. There we go. Keep patient, no one's keeping you here. Just go back to the mountains. Oh, we have keywords. Aldori sword lords arose when famed swordsman Baron Sharian Aldori agreed to train a select group of pupils in his dueling techniques. They ruled Rosslyn for generations, each as prickly and impulsive as the Order's founder. Though they are considered some of the finest sword fighters in the Inner Sea region, they are also obsessed with personal standing and honor. Okay. Brevoy is a relatively young nation, having only existed since 4499 AR. The history of Brevoy before this time is the history of two often warring nations, Isia and Rosslyn. The coming of the Coral the Conqueror changed all this. After securing the defeat and surrender of the two nations, Chorl christened his family house Ragravia. Its rule ended with the mysterious disappearance of every member of the house, leaving Brevoy in precarious political position. Weird. Oh, you didn't hear a hole you crawled out of? Wait, let me see. I'm not sure, Gretch. I'm not sure.
All right, you purple toad, just shut your trap. And if you can't, I'll help you.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna do this for this entire scene. It's gonna ruin it. Alright.
Hush! Quiet! They're coming.
That's better.
Greetings, everyone. I am Sword Lord Jamandi Aldori, and this is Lord Mayor Yosef Selimius of Restov. Welcome to my mansion.
We thank you from the bottom of our hearts for responding to our call. You may be few, but that's unavoidable. We need only the best of the best for this task. And I see true heroes before me, strong and fearless, exactly what Restov needs.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Now, to the point. South of here, just beyond Brevoy's border, lies a region known as the Stolen Lands. This is disputed territory, and while it's long been claimed by nearby states, it's never been truly taken. I won't bore you with the legal technicalities. Suffice to say that anyone with enough courage and power to seize the Stolen Lands and name themselves Baron or Baroness, claiming dominion, well, none of the neighboring states would be able to challenge it. Of course, Restov would be first to recognize the legitimacy of this new state, as well as the noble title of its founder.
Okay.
Unfortunately, one serious obstacle stands between you and this title. A gang of bandits holds sway in the Stolen Lands. Their chief, who they call the Stag Lord, considers himself the rightful owner of these lands, and no one has yet been able to challenge his power. Bring me his head, and you'll be able to return to the Stolen Lands as their legal ruler. Any questions?
Okay, we got some options. There's a whole team of us. Who exactly will receive the Baron's title? Why not just recognize the Stag Lord as Baron? You're helping us found a barony. What do you gain from such generosity? What rewards can we expect exactly? It's clear as day. I mean, I get it. I guess I want to know the first question. There's a whole team of us. Who exactly will receive the Baron's title?
I will, of course. I'm the leader of this team, after all. Don't worry, though. I'll make it worth your while to help me.
We haven't yet begun, and you already speak of divvying rewards. What makes you think we'll even succeed? There's little point arguing over who gains the title when we'll most likely lose our lives there.
If I may please answer the question.
She takes a long pause, waiting for the voices to die down as everyone directs their attention towards her.
We believe you're all equally deserving of a noble title. Over the course of your expedition, it will be up to you as a team to decide which of you is best suited to rule.
I see. I can ask all these questions, I think. So why not just
That's a
recognize
good
the Stag Lord?
point. As I see it, this Stag Lord already holds power over the region with confidence. Many noble bloodlines were started by bandits who just got lucky, weren't they?
Perhaps because we do have standards to maintain. This room has seen many celebrations of adventurers, and even those who just got lucky. But giving a noble title to a bandit lord? That's one thing that's never happened here, and it won't while I still breathe.
Okay. You're helping us found a barony? What do you gain from such generosity?
Don't ask stupid questions.
That was definitely your
Why
answer,
should
Gretch.
you even care? What they have to gain and why, that's for Lady Aldori and I to discuss. It's none of your concern. Your only concern is to swing your sword around, or whatever it is you do.
That actually is what I'm going to do. I'm going to swing my sword around.
Of course, we stand to benefit from this enterprise. But if you're concerned that we intend to rule your country from afar, using you as a front, well, please know that these concerns are unfounded. Let's just say that we have a strong interest in the region's stability. We have need of a ruling power we can negotiate with, not bandit gangs and monster hordes.
What is that smell in the air? Is it the smell of unspoken words and political intrigue?
Noticing you've heard her comment, she winks at you coyly. Ah, she's a tiefling girl. Okay. What rewards can we expect
And
exactly?
what reward would you seek beyond a noble title and your own lands?
We'll absorb the costs of preparing and equipping your expeditions. Once you return victorious, Restov will also allocate you a significant sum to provide financial support for you to establish your country. Essentially, we'll help you build your capital. I hope such a reward is satisfactory.
Words, words, words. Significant, financial. I can't fill my belly with pretty words.
Can I have her on my party?
Of course. There will also be an official banquet held in your honor. All of Rostov's high society will gather to celebrate your feat.
Now you're talking.
She looks like a character straight out of Monster Hunter. It is clear as day.
Excellent. You venture forth tomorrow. For now, you can take some time to get to know one another better. Or you can head straight to your guest rooms to get some rest. You'll find we've already prepared supplies for you there. And thank you again for agreeing to take part in this expedition. I wish you luck.
Thank you again, with all my heart, for replying to this call. The flare in your eyes reveals your courage, the unshakable will that distinguishes true heroes. I look at you, O champions of Restov, and doubt not for a second that you'll be victorious. So venture forth toward your feet. Go, and return in triumph.
Well, I guess we have our first quest.
Hi, my name's Lindsay. I'm a bard, though this is my first real adventure. So, shall we go teach this stag lord a lesson?
I'm Knightley.
Likewise.
Pleased to meet you.
Actually, I also wanted to ask you something. How do you feel about this Tartuccio fellow? I think he's pretty obnoxious personally. He appointed himself head of the team, and he's just after the Baron's crown, or whatever it is barons wear. Doesn't matter. I don't like him. I think you should be team leader. When I first saw you, I couldn't help but think, now here's a real hero. Someone who'll be praised in poems and songs. This is the person I'll write my book about.
Wait, a book?
Damn, I should have led with that. Please, just let me explain. You know what the trouble with most heroes' biographies is? They're always written years later, based on the tales of, best case, people who saw things from the outside. Worst case, someone heard about it from their brother, who heard it from their friend, who heard it from their cousin, and so on, adding a new batch of lies each time. Every time I read about a heroic journey, I think to myself, why didn't they just bring a bard with them to write it all down properly? And then I thought, I could be that bard. I just needed to find a suitable hero and volunteer to follow along on their glorious adventure. A great plan, huh? And here we are, with a heroic journey lying before us. Who's going to be the hero? Some dwarf who keeps muttering about how we'll all die? Or maybe that horrific scythe lady? Or, God's forbid, Tartuccio? No way.
I wonder if she would have said it that way if I was a dwarf or something. What about that barbarian? She looks pretty heroic. I think her name is Amiri.
Oh yeah, she's fantastic. You can tell she could tear a bear's head off with her bare hands, but she kind of scares me just a little. But, I mean, her sword's twice as big as I am. She could cut me down without even noticing. Just think on it a bit, alright? I'm sure you'll agree. Alright, I'm going to my room to write about tonight. See you in the morning.
Okay. What is this? Oh! Oh! My quill takes its first sip from the ink pot and scripts, or rather scribbles, the first lines of the book about the travels, adventures, and victories that lie ahead. The book that will extol both its heroine and me, its author, Lindsay, the note to self when I come up with a fancy nickname, added here. I'm writing this in the banquet hall, where Sword Lord Jamandi Aldori has just finished telling us about the mission that lies before us. Tomorrow at dawn, our team will set off to the Stolen Lands in order to accomplish glorious feats. This is where my book begins, and the gods themselves can't say what will happen next. We have a long road ahead of us, but we all need to get a good night's sleep. Fortunately, Lady Jamandi has graciously given us each a bedroom in her mansion. I have to admit, I'm so excited that I won't be able to even close my eyes. Fortunately, I had a chance to talk with my future heroine of my book. I think Knightley is just the person I was looking for. That is adorable. Her bare hands, yes. Alright. I just summoned a leopard. It's gone. Am I going to regret that I pressed that? Probably. Alright. Ooh, I can investigate things. A large map of Brevoy and its surroundings dotted with numerous cryptic marks and notes. What's this? Okay. Oh no, go away. There we go. Get some rest before the road. You have a difficult journey before you. I'll double the guard for the night, just as a precaution. Why is there trouble? Is there other stuff to click? Besides people? Let's see. What game is Jamandi playing? I'm not used to feeling like a pawn. Our own barony. Now that's a prize worth fighting for. Wait! Don't leave! I want to talk to you! Tomorrow our glorious journey begins. Are you ready? I hope so. I don't need layabouts. Alright. Adventurer. You're probably important. Another adventure. You look like a longsword user in Monster Hunter. This expedition is surely doomed. Okay. Wait, where'd she go? I saw her. Maybe she left. Okay, well, let's leave. Oh. Northern architecture is beautiful but very heavy. In my native land of Quadra, palaces are furnished quite differently. Okay. Oh, it's in the chat log too. Okay.
I'm there.
Help! Lindsay bursts into your room. She looks scared. Her face is smeared with soot and she holds a weapon in her hands. What's going on?
The mansion's under attack. We need to help. Some villains broke in and started killing everyone. I barely made it. Hurry, we have to help the guards fight off the attackers or we'll all be cut down one by one.
As if to lend credence to Lindsay's words, a scream echoes from the hallway. Okay. You're not going anywhere! Oh, here we go. Pausing! General combat happens in real time, but you can pause the game at any time to assess the situation, give orders to your companions, pause or unpause with space, click on the opponent in order to attack them, switch turn-based real-time modes. Oh, wait, turn-based? Wait, what? This game is based on the Pathfinder role-playing game system. Okay. So we have our attack roll. An attack as a character's attempt to strike an opponent. The result of an attack roll depends on many factors. Wielded weapons, the combatant's abilities, etc. An attack succeeds if the result of an attack roll equals or exceeds the target's armor class. Damage. The amount of damage dealt in the case of a successful attack depends on the weapon's stats and other factors such as buff spells. Attack rolls, results, and damage numbers can be found in the combat log. Armor class. The higher a character's armor class, the more difficult it is to successfully attack them. It combines many factors such as equipment stats, dexterity bonuses, passive abilities, etc.
Their life ends here.
Okay, turn-based mode. In turn-based combat, characters act in turns. The order of turns is determined by the initiative check and depends on the character's corresponding ability score. A character can take some actions during the turn, and then the turn of the next character in the initiative queue starts. Initiative queue. The order of turns is based on the initiative check at the beginning of combat. The higher the initiative of a character, the lower they are displayed in the queue on the screen, and the earlier they act. So I want higher initiative. Okay. You can delay your character's turn until a more convenient moment. To do this, select the character whose turn you want to delay in the queue. Such actions in the initiative queue are irreversible, and the new initiative score is saved for the character until the end of combat. However, you can still delay the character's turn again. Okay. Whew! Okay, during their turn, a character can take a single standard action, a single move action, and a single swift action, and an unlimited number of free actions. All of these actions together take 6 seconds of real time. Most often, a move action is used for movement or drinking a potion. A standard action for attacks, spellcasting, or additional movement, and a swift action for activating special class abilities. Okay. Other combinations are also possible. There are also so-called full round actions, which consume both your standard and move actions. By default, the system chooses an optimum combination of action types to perform your command. You can change this combination using right-click. Surprise round. If you initiate combat with an opponent who is unaware of your presence, your party gets an advantage of a surprise round. During this round, your characters can take an unlimited number of actions while the opponent cannot act. Okay. Move action. As a move action, a character can move the distance allowed by their speed or drink a potion. The move action can also be used to change the character's active weapon set. During a surprise round, your characters cannot perform a move action. Standard action. A standard action is used for most combat activities such as attacks, activation of magical items, or spellcasting. You can also spend a standard action as a move action. Full round action. This is a long action which consumes both a standard and a move action of a character in this round. They still can take swift and free actions. It can be used to move double distance. It can also be used to make a so-called full attack. If a character can make more than one attack per round, taking a full run action allows them to make all of the attacks. Some character abilities, for example, charge and spells such as summon monster, also consume full round action. Okay. 5-foot step. A character can move 5 feet without triggering the enemy's attacks of opportunity. A character cannot both take a 5-foot step and make a regular movement in the same round. Hold left shift to use 5-step action instead of standard move action. Free and swift actions. This is a lot of information, and I'm not going to remember all of it. Here we go. These actions are used to activate characters' special abilities such as Smite, Evil Judgment, and Touch action after casting a spell, and many others. You can hold Control to ignore enemies and other objects under the cursor to precisely select a perfect position to move a character. So am I in turn-based mode? Yes. Okay. I guess that's fine. Alright. So... I'm gonna make this. And then I'm gonna
This will hurt.
wow. So... Ooh, I can loot things. Okay. Tap. Ooh. Chain shirt. And a dagger. Okay. Look at my awesome ice blade thing. 5... I guess what I have is fine. What is this? Oh, this is the burn. That's my kinetic burn. What is this? It's my belt. These are my abilities. Okay, let's just keep going. Oh, weird. I have, like, very specific vision. Take everything. I'm not sure why my character just laid down. Or sat down. Yeah, I'm not sure either, so I'm just gonna leave it for now. Can I, like, look at these bookshelves? Oh, I can. An old map. What? Tell us, O teacher, why would Brevoy call us barbarians in the books you give us? The gods became angry with our homeland, my son. The land has devoured so many great empires as if it was unwilling to bear life. There are century-old ruins around the settlement. They were ravaged by a star that fell from the sky. Sorry, let me readjust. Okay. Where am I in this text? The kingdom of the Cyclops was the first victim of its curse. Now settlers claim this land 10 centuries later to establish a beautiful country named Iobaria, which stretched from the Lake of Mists and Vales to the Castrovian Sea. But the curse still lay upon these lands, and trouble came once again. Our ancestors suffered numerous maladies, the tear plague, the char death, the choking death, one after another, leaving only pain behind. People say that Otib the Necromancer was to blame, but who knows? A great civilization was turned to dust. This is why I'm teaching you. Brevois shouldn't make fun of you or call you barbarians. Okay. So only that one was, Can I turn the camera? Whoa. Whoa, I can drag the camera. Now how do I recenter it? And zoom in.
I do what I must.
I'm not sure if they told me I could, turn the camera. Let me see. Inspect with Y. Okay.
I'm off.
They got someone. We have to help. Yeah, I was hoping I couldn't turn it, to be honest. I was just making sure that I wasn't expected to look for things.
Ah, a test of my abilities.
Alright. Who goes first? Looks like she's going first. Okay. Oh, my sword's still all, like, ready and stuff. That's nice. Let's just click there. Whoa!
You should have run. Strike!
Oh my god, my frogs!
You're just in time.
My
a bit longer than I'd
frogs!
have been. Whew, I don't even want to think about it. Can you imagine what a terrible loss this would have been? But it's all right now. I'm safe, sound, and unscathed, ready to lead you to victory.
I don't know if I said it too easy or if my frogs are just strong.
Lady Jamandi's holding the line in the banquet hall. You know, the one where she had us gathered before. We need to make our way to her. And along the way, we'll try to save some of these dummies who are supposed to accompany us to the stolen land. Speaking of dummies, take this ring. Quiet now, so that little fool doesn't hear us. She might try to steal it herself. It's magical. It'll protect you. You'll need it while you work to defend me.
Screw you. I hope that item wasn't important, but I don't like that guy. Alright. Let's pick up the daggers. Oh, I see. You just pick up anything nearby. Like when you do the loot, it just... Oh. There's several companions in your party now to select a single character on their portrait. Okay.
I'm there.
Can I open this door? Oh, it's blocked. Okay. Okay. I got a formation. I like that. It was a +1 AC, the ring. But it came from this butt face. I don't know, man. Shady. Shady, Gratch. Shady. What's this button? Oh, okay, you can swap between turn-based. Can I equip them with stuff? Yes. Torch. I don't really have anything for them, but I could equip them. He's got 20 charisma? What is he? Oh, he's chaotic evil. That makes sense. Oh, he's a sorcerer. There's his class. Okay. And she's a bard. We know that already. Chaotic good. And I'm neutral good. Okay. Let's keep going.
In due time.
Dude, the way they do the vision is really neat. That's really cool. So, none of this is lootable, I guess.
Don't hold back! To attack me?
Okay. Oh, I can't summon my frogs again.
This will hurt.
I may have messed up.
You should have run. Strike.
How do I end my turn? Okay, just press space. It's the shortcut. Advanced combat spells. Lindsay and Tartuccia are capable of casting spells. To use a spell, click on its icon in action panel. Okay, for clerics, druids, magic. Okay, spells are prepared in advance and expended when cast. The character must then rest before casting again. I'm assuming that's how I would get my, like, summon frogs back. Most characters have usable abilities, which limit to a certain number of charges. Okay. Some attack actions performed close to an armed opponent can revoke an additional attack upon your character without waiting for the opponent's turn. Such actions include, among other things, casting spells, attempting to move away. So time, okay. Okay, so I control them too. He's got his Ray of Frost, Acid Splash, and a Magic Missile.
Leave this one to me.
Okay. I think I just want to keep you where you are. They missed. Can I move you like here? And then... what do you got? Inspire Courage. Daze. That sounds nice. Very nice. Okay.
Don't hold back.
Dead.
This will hurt. You should have run.
Okay, can he still make it? No. Let's move up, like to here.
Just die already!
1 damage. Okay. Can she daze again? Nice. I like that. They keep missing me.
Strike.
And that's my turn.
Time to get my hands dirty again!
And then, what's she got? Can she just attack?
Serves you right.
She can. Get him.
Don't hold back.
I love that my Frostblade is just like seemingly permanent. That's cool. Each character has a certain number of hit points. When a character's HP value drops to 0, they lose consciousness. After combat is over, the character will get up and be controlled again. Character's HP value can drop into negative numbers. A character can survive some negative hit points, but if their amount becomes equal to their constitution score, the character dies. To resurrect them, you need a special spell. So... okay. To restore lost hit points, you can use healing spells, potions, or rest. Healing potions can be bought from merchants or obtained as trophies after combat. Healing spells are accessible to the following classes: Bard, Druid, Cleric, Inquisitor, Paladin, and Ranger. Okay. To use expendable items such as scrolls, potions, rods, and open characters, and replace them in quick slots. Okay. Look at all this loot. Eventually we're gonna run out of, like, space or something. Yeah. Got weight. My armor still seems clearly better than anything we've picked up, which is fine. He can't equip anything. And I'm using a... okay, it's a kinetic blade, so it's not a real weapon. Cool. Or is it a real weapon? I'm not really sure. The shield is a real shield. Well, regardless, I don't think any of this is lootable, so let's just keep going. Well, that's not ominous. There's like blood under that door. Can't believe it. That could have been us. Well, their adventures have certainly come to an end. Okay. Ooh. A mace. Alright. That door seems like, it's a side sword. Okay, yeah. Summoned energy. I guess we'll open this door next. If we can. character just sat down again for some reason. I don't know why.
Follow if
happens.
you dare.
This, that looks suitable. We're getting money and stuff. It's a cat. What's this? Cooking Almanac. It's perhaps Avishtan's most popular dish in the capital of Cheliax. It is baked in a cheese crust and sprinkled with lemon juice. Local fishermen use a different cooking method in Quadria, which is on the opposite end of Avestan. There you will find in finely chopped and mixed cold ingredients. The exact origin of the dish remains unknown, but it is generally believed to have been invented in Andorran. Quadria is where that tiefling said she was from, I think. Edible moss, fowl, and butter. Fish? Drought? I have a conversation with this cat. I'm thinking of Divinity, where you can like talk to the animals. I don't know if that's a thing in this game. Yeah, that might just be my idle animation to sit down. Let's save again. It's been a while. I'm scared every time I open the door. I'm scared. Oh, it's the monster hunter lady. I like her.
This will be quick.
Okay. Let's try and get over there.
You should have run.
And you... Let's just get you out there where I can see ya. Hold blast that guy.
Out of my way!
Oh, maybe not. She got stabbed. So can we daze somebody? Nope, he saved it.
Strike.
Dead.
Oh, it's you. Stay up from under my feet or I'll strike you down.
The barbarian's face is distorted with rage. She grinds her teeth and sweat drips from her forehead. Noticing Tartusio, she swings her sword but stops just in time.
Blood for Gorum!
Wow. She takes a deep breath and barks out blood for Gorm. Swinging her bloody sword, she runs toward the sound of battle.
Barbarians.
I think that's exactly how heroes should be.
What, stupid, sweaty, and always looking for something to gobble up or lop the head off of? Calistria, save me from such heroes.
The goddess of lust and revenge, who takes on many faces and guises. She's held in especially high regard by elves, who would often identify with her mercurial moods and changeable nature. A fondness for wasps has earned this vengeful deity the title of Savored Sting. Such creatures live on after harming their enemies, a trait Calistria's followers hope to emulate when pursuing their goals. Interesting. Alright, let's loot some stuffs. Oh, there's an investigate back here. The heavy grate is securely locked. How full of loot am I? Very full of loot. Can I give some of this to them? No, it's just like shared, I guess. Okay. Alright, here we go.
I'm there.
There they are, the assassins! This is your last chance. Drop your weapons and we'll spare your lives. So generous, I'm afraid I can't offer you the same courtesy. Hey, you ugly mug, get him! Oh. He just walked over their ally. Oops. Well then. Loot the corpse, of course, of course. Club. Nice. Am I overburdened or something? Ooh, we're getting there. We're getting there. The passage is blocked, you can't make it through this way. Because we can open this door, or we can go down here. Let's try this door. Okay.
I do what I must.
Skill check. Sometimes interacting with an object requires a skill check. A successful check may be needed for a variety of tasks. Unlocking a door, opening a chest, disabling a trap, moving a heavy object, reading an inscription in an ancient language, etc. Different skills are used for different checks. If multiple characters selected at once, the character with the highest skill bonus will perform the action. Some skill checks... Oh, that's nice that they do that for you. You don't have to, like, figure out who's the best for it. Some skill checks, like trap disarming, can be attempted multiple times. Others, like unlocking doors or spotting hidden things, can only be retried after a character raises their skill rank. Some items and spells can give characters a bonus to a skill check, but applying this bonus doesn't give you a chance to retry a failed check. Securely locked. Okay, so this is a dexterity check to jump over this. So that's me, baby!
Task.
Did it. Alright.
Let's make this quick.
Alright, she's going first. Let's daze this bowman if we can. Nice. And we'll move up a little. Okay, that's her turn. He is in range of that guy, but not in range of the other guy. So let's go up a little. And then we will
leave
this guy.
To me.
And then for my turn, let's go up here. And
don't hold back.
That's my turn. You miss. Can you daze him? No, they saved. Okay. Can you just attack that?
You deserved it.
No. Can you attack that guy?
Die already.
It's your turn.
This will hurt.
I missed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, they missed. Daze him. Nope. Well.
Any last wishes?
How about Ice Blast?
Get my hands dirty.
There we go. And then I can smack this guy.
You should have run.
And let's just fire
This is
at
where
him.
I step in.
Got him. Okay. Back from dinner. I know, I love the kinetic sword. Alright. Let's collect all the loot. Party is overloaded and cannot travel. Well, the inevitable has happened. Let's drop this and this and this and this, this and this. Okay. Worth 27 gold? Wow. These daggers aren't worth much, though. Can we sort by weight? Aha. Descending. There we go. How about by price? We have so many of these. I don't need this many. Come on. These are all the same item, right? I think so. We'll keep 2 daggers. That seems fine. Alright. Let's go. An armory. I'm sure Jemina wouldn't mind if we borrowed some weapons. Wait, what was that? Break the door of the armory and find some weapons. This is a nightmare. The mansion is swarming with cutthroats, killing everyone they can find. Lady Jamandi is on the defense of the banquet hall, and we have to help her. We have to gather anyone who is still alive along the way. So is breaking into the armory a choice, maybe? Like a moral choice? Omega! Guys, I'm really liking this game, and I'm really happily surprised that it has turn-based. I think they must have added that. The door is securely locked. Okay. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I break into the armory? You know what? I think this is going to be my first vote of the... What just happened? Okay. Okay. I'm pretty sure it wasn't always turn-based Stars and Candles because I tried this out before and I remember like the reason I was struggling because it wasn't turn-based. And yeah. So I'm going to do a quick poll. Very quick poll. Make it a minute. There we go. Of course, break in. It's to defend the place. Okay. Oh my gosh. 100% yes. 100% yes. Wait a minute. Is that no? Okay, it's not more votes than people are viewing. Of course, break in. It's to defend the place. I love that. Also, the game automatically paused when I alt tabs. That's very nice. That's very nice. I like that. 9 votes for yes. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There are 7 people watching. 10 votes for yes. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That doesn't quite add up. I see. There were bits and channel points contributed. Okay, I guess we're breaking into the armory.
In due time.
How do I unpause? That's the real question. Okay, there we go. Alright, break in we shall.
Pause, please.
She just unlocked that like it was nothing. Dude, what is going on with the game? It's like chugging. Why are we going in slow-mo? What's happening here? I'm gonna save the game right now. Save. Because I don't trust it. Dear Lord, it is chugging. Is it okay? Okay. It's all the loot. It's just it can't even take all this loot. Oh, we're moving slowly because we're heavy. I just realized that. Banded mail. Ooh. That seems nice. We got a watchkeeper's key. Okay. We got a breastplate. There's a lot of loot in here. Tower shield. What's this?
What have we here?
Whoa.
This chest is full of gold. I guess it's for the guards' salaries, all things considered. Well, those freeloaders don't seem to have been working too hard for it. Maybe we should pocket it instead.
Tartuccio, you. He rubs his hands together as he looks at it. Wow.
What? No, we're heroes, not thieves.
Who said we were stealing it? We'll just take the gold for safety so the assassins don't get it. And then we can heroically return it to Jamandi when this is all over.
Stealing from a sword lord in her own mansion? She'd have our heads.
How would she know it was us and not the assassins? Unless someone planned on telling her.
The gnome throws a sideways glance to Lindsay.
Don't drag me into this. You do what you want, but I'm not taking a single coin.
Okay. I'm not gonna take the money. Come now. What is this? Oh, we're overburdened still. Right. Tell me, what's the... Well, this seems just better, right? Yeah, I'm liking the party banner so far, for sure. The only difference is the armor class, so... okay, equip. Like that. Okay, cool. Scale mail was what we were wearing, I think. max dex was lower? What does this mean? What does max dex mean? Wasn't this what we were wearing? We were wearing the scale mail, right? I think we were wearing the scale mail, so it's the same, right? Do you want higher max dexterity or lower? You can't get your full dex bonus to AC. Did your overall AC go up? 21. +6 from breastplate, +2 from heavy shield. I think I was wearing this, right? Before? Which explains why they kept missing me, because I had really high... Or was it this? I'm so confused now. Oh, is it a dexterity bonus? Bonus 3? Oh, but you're saying it limited my dexterity bonus. I understand. Okay. What's she wearing? Leather armor. I don't have anything for her, I don't think, because... Even though this is better, I think it actually equates to the same because it reduces the dexterity bonus. It just makes her thing, the other stuff, worse. And then he's naked. Oh, I'm still overloaded. That's why I came here. I came here because I was overloaded. 25. You had the scale, which is 5 plus 3 dexterity bonus. Your dex gives +4, but the armor limits that by the max dex. No, it would have been better for the bard. +2 AC, but only losing 1 dex. Okay. I thought it was losing 2. Because the max on the leather was 6. But, yeah. What is your heaviest stuff? Descending. We have 2 long swords that we could potentially drop here. Let's drop these, because you can only have one of these, right? So if I get a character that uses them. I'm probably thinking about this way too much, considering how much these things are dropping, but I'm still overloaded. I should really drop some of this armor. Going down to max 2 only eliminates one of the +3. Okay, I'm dropping this. Because now I'm heavy. Why are they doing this to me, men? I hate it. I hate it. I don't want to drop my loot. And the really heavy stuff is the good stuff. Potion cure light wounds. Oh, I could equip this on somebody. That helps a little. It helps with 1.5 pounds. In the offhand. I'm gonna drop. It's not worth dragging around to sell unless you can use it. So wait, you were saying the hide armor is better, right? Oh wait, no, she can't equip that. Okay, good. Then I'm gonna drop this. That helps a little bit. You're saying chainmail is better. Okay. I still have too much stuff on me. Let's just drop this. And drop the spear. And drop the club. That's a little better. We'll have to go with that. Max deck thing on armor, you compare it to the plus number on the character stacks. This +3. Oh, because she only has up to +3? Is that what you're saying? Did we go in here?
Oh, familiar faces. I hope you're not so frightened as to swing at every shadow. It's me, Jathal. I don't recommend advancing down the hallway, assuming you value your life, of course. There were a few people with me, and you can see what happened to them.
And just how did they all end up dead while you don't seem to have a scratch?
Tartusio eyes Jathal suspiciously.
I'll answer but briefly and just once. Further scares and explanations will wait until we aren't being hunted by a group of assassins. Deal? All right. I'm undead. These traps are deadly to the living, but they're harmless to me.
What do you mean undead? Really? Like zombies or skeletons or...
As I said, further explanations will wait until later. All you need to know right now is that we're on the same side, and we have to fight off a small army of hired assassins. Let's get to it.
Look at this. Jithal looks at Lindsay as though at an annoying fly. I love it. I love it. So good. Alright.
Follow if you dare.
Encounter many traps on your adventures. When any of your characters approaches a trap, they will automatically make a perception skill check. On success, you'll see the trap's location and the game will automatically pause. Traps vary in effect as well as difficulty to detect. Having identified a trap, you can click on it to order one of the characters to make a trickery skill check to disable it. On success, the traps will be disabled. On failure, it will remain in place. However, if the result of a skill roll is less than the trap's difficulty by 5 or more, the trap will go off as if the character had triggered it. All check results can be found in the combat log. Well, I wonder why they're telling me about that. Okay, so we're still moving, like, terribly. I think it's because of you. Take off. Take off. Take off. Is it because of this? She's a medium. I think I made them heavy. Also, I went through all that trouble of dropping things, and now... Well, whatever. Okay. We are going this way. And I'm gonna save. Which of you has the highest trickery? Trickery. Trickery was like, Trickery, here we go. Trickery 2, 7. Okay, so Lindsay is our trickery
What
person.
troubles you?
So, do you mind just
so they walked on.
going in there?
And Lindsay was called forth.
Aha!
Adventures called them.
How do I actually do this? Okay, there we go.
Anything else?
Nice. Alright. So let's move everyone up. So now that we have a fourth party member, we can carry more treasure. That's nice. I think we're gonna move in slow-mo for like the rest of this dungeon.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I wrote it like I saw it. Applause, please.
There's something here.
Just letting the ink dry. Anything is possible. Applause, please.
Alright, let's look in here. Is that better chainmail? Oh, it's medium chainmail. Okay. So, potentially for us, then. What does she wear? She wears chainmail. Okay.
I do what I must.
Scroll of Bless. All allies within 30 foot burst centered on caster. Those are allies with courage. They get a +1 morale boost on attack rolls. A magical field around target avert and deflect attacks. +2 deflection bonus to AC with an additional +1 bonus for every 6 levels you have. Okay. You found a scroll, a single-use item that allows you to use the spell that's written upon it. For a character to use it, that character must have the Use Magic Device skill, or be of a class which could eventually learn to cast a spell. For convenience, it is best to place things like that, like scrolls, into a character's quick slots. Okay. So we can go up here. What's happening? What are you dallying for? I think the game is running at half speed. I'm telling you, Jamandi's cache has to be here somewhere. You know what? Because this is happening, as soon as this is over, well, hurry up before stop. Someone's coming.
You cannot stand against me.
After this encounter, I mean. I'm gonna restart the game. Because it's having troubles. Gotcha! Alright, what do you got? You have Divine Favor. Inflict light wounds. Oh, she an Inquisitor?
Unworthy.
Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I have an elf in the party, yeah. An undead elf, apparently. Alright, let's go up here.
Out of my way!
Oh my god, it's running so slow.
Strike!
This game is gonna crash at any moment. Because my PC can't take something that's going on here. Alright. And we're gonna do days on you. We got them both? Oh man, we're just nailing this. Alright. So... Oh, this is what we were reading about with the Inquisitor, where they pick one and then they can't do the other one.
Amranda gratior. Wretched things.
this one to me.
Slow-mo.
Don't hold back! Ha!
Serves you right.
Just fire at them. Got him. Everything is more epic in slow-mo, it's fine.
Despicable.
Find and open a cache in... Okay. Alright, let me save because this is... My computer is about to explode. Let's get this going. So it is 82 degrees in my apartment right now. Even though even though my heat is off and it is like I think 9 degrees outside right now. So my neighbors be crazy. Crazy. Let me restart this game now. Yeah, I seriously don't know what compels a person to make it that hot. Way hot. So I finally had to succumb and turn my AC on when it's 9 degrees outside. So now I'm just gonna be fighting them, I guess. I guess this is it. It's probably gonna cost me a fortune. Sorry if you hear me munching, by the way. I'm munching on cereal. I have very little food left in my apartment. Yeah, well, the last, like, couple hours or so, I've just had a fan on, but it's just, like, 82 degrees, man. It's hot. It's freaking hot. What's in here? Money? I love money. More money? What's this mean? Oh, is this like a puzzle? Looks like a puzzle to me. Okay, let's investigate the other rooms. Oh yeah, Gretch. You mean the one Tartucia wanted us to get? Yeah, I'm sensing a puzzle. What happens when I touch this one? What y'all think? Raised swords or lowered swords?
In due time.
So I'm gonna guess if I get them to match, it does something. Wait, what am I doing? Okay, wait.
Weapons,
Nightly,
spells,
you stay there.
poisons. The art of killing is so
The rest of
diverse
you go
these
there.
days. A shame one life is not enough to master them all.
There we go. Teamwork.
I don't tolerate fools.
Okay.
My skills are absolute.
Time's wasting.
It makes the dream work.
We should move.
I always have a second plan.
No, not you.
Trusting you
I
here.
am never wrong.
I deserve better.
I'll take care of it.
My patience is running thin.
It's time to act.
I think I was floating on the air. Before I thought I was sitting, but I think I was floating in the air.
I don't tolerate fools.
I'm always ready.
Enlighten me.
Okay.
We should move.
Time's wasting.
Ah! I'm not good at puzzles, guys. Not good at them.
I deserve better.
My skills are absolute.
My patience is running thin.
I am never wrong.
I always have a second plan.
Oh my lord.
Enlighten me.
I'll take care of it.
I don't tolerate fools.
We're gonna be here forever.
Time's wasting.
I'm always ready.
She's always ready.
I deserve better.
It's time to act.
What? I did it!
We should move.
And he doesn't tolerate fools. Mm-hmm. Whoa, baby! Mm-mm. Take all of it. This is fine, right? This isn't stealing? Because I solved the puzzle, so I earned it. 187 gold. I did a thing. Oh right, we didn't go through here yet. I want to fix my formation. Our Inquisitor. Oh, okay, I do it like this. Excuse me. Well, since there's only 4 of us, let's do this. Look at these cool statues.
Can you make an epic pose? I need inspiration.
Oh, combat. Well, that's a plan, Gratch. That's a plan. Try this. Ooh. I don't think he liked that. I don't think he liked that.
Leave this one to me.
You missed? Tartuccio, come on. He was right there.
This will hurt.
Got him. Alright. Oh wait, we met this chick. Oh, is she gonna be another ally? Cool. Cool.
Unworthy.
Get in there. And then cold damage that guy. Alright. He heard of the plotting, probably. Probably. Let me get in there. Oh, she's like us. She's probably a different subclass though. But she gathered power. I think that's only for kinetic assist. You know? You know? That guy rolled a 17. Alright. Smack this guy.
Things.
Ooh! It's only for Comic-Cons? Yeah. That's what I said.
Despicable.
Attack of opportunity, beach!
Everything is so much fun with a little fire. What a night, huh? I thought I was all alone. It's good you're here. A bit boring, chasing fool assassins without anyone watching the show.
Oh, this guy. Talking about his time coming.
It's not fun at all. Many people have died for nothing.
Oh, wow. No, we did meet. Well, I don't know if we met. Did we talk to her directly, or did we just hear her say something?
Of course. I'm from Kadira. But tales of hot deserts and shady oases can wait until the fighting's finished. But if you'd like to share a dinner and pleasant conversation, just say the word. I like making new friends.
Okay.
I don't know where you're heading, but I'll be at the entrance to the main hall. I think I saw some guards there.
Join me there, if you wish.
The tiefling salutes you and runs ahead nimbly. I am intrigued by her. More corpses on the floor here. It's not easy to wash out blood, you know. Okay.
Grotus, I can sense your silhouette hovering over me. It won't be much longer. Soon we shall meet, O Lord of Oblivion.
Sometimes skill checks are checked over the course of dialogue. For example, when trying to convince a character of something, the check result will determine the way the dialogue develops. The character in the party with the highest bonus in the desired skill is usually used to determine such a check. The dwarf is lying on the ground, staring into the dark sky. He doesn't seem to have any severe wounds, but his trembling whisper is weak, as though he were at death's door. Okay. I'm gonna say, aren't you being a bit premature? Look at yourself. You've barely got a scratch.
You're wrong. Who would know better than I the severity of my own wounds? I can feel the last drops of vital force leaving me.
Here. Pour one of the dwarf's healing potions into his mouth. This should help.
Too late. Forgive me. Oblivion is calling.
The dwarf's wounds, shallow as they are, begin to heal, but he seems not to notice as he keeps whispering. What's
I'm
wrong?
Dying. I knew this expedition was doomed. Oh, Grotus, my vision darkens.
This guy. Can I just walk away? No. I think I have to intimidate now.
I can't hear you.
I failed to intimidate too!
Into the darkness.
Up, you faker! Just look at him! Dying, he says. What a buffoon. Come on, get up now, or I'll tap dance on your corpse.
It seems I will live. I suppose I must postpone meeting my god. Not for long, I'm sure. But while we remain in this transient world, Arim is at your service.
Oh my god, that was hilarious. Okay. Clerics and druids can convert their spells spontaneously. A cleric of good alignment doesn't need to prepare healing spells. They can spend almost any prepared spell to cast a cure spell of the same level. In the same way, a cleric of evil alignment doesn't need to prepare inflict spells. During character creation, clerics of neutral alignment can choose whether their converted spells cure or inflict. A druid can convert almost any prepared spell into summon nature's ally of the same level. Okay. Let's put our formation a little different here. So we're gonna have a party of 6 people, it looks like, based on the slots at the bottom. Now you tell me about formations. I figured it out. Formation is half of any victory. The formation system will help you hold the line in combat. Click this button to select one of the standard formations. You can also create your own. Okay. I guess I didn't know I could create my own, so it taught me something. Okay. What is... Oh, those are just like fireflies? Okay.
You, run and get an axe. You, bring more water. You, stay here and hold our defense. Those assassins are still around here somewhere. Aha! Some of our guests survived. Good. You need to get to the banquet hall and help Lady Jamandi.
I'll go immediately.
Fire doesn't frighten me, thanks to hell's blood running in my veins. I'll go ahead and wait for you on the other side. Catch up!
Decent girl starts off and dashes through fire.
May Abadar keep you safe.
Okay. Excuse me.
What are you waiting for? Get to Lady Jamandi at May Abadar.
Okay. Guess we're going in there. Oh. Illustrated book episodes. Some game events play out as illustrated book episodes. The decisions you make during these episodes can have a drastic impact on the development of the game's plot. As with dialogues, you will often need to make various skill checks during these episodes. Depending on the circumstances, sometimes you will need to choose one of your party members to perform an action, and sometimes an action will be automatically performed by the character with the highest skill bonus. Alright, so here we go. And so our adventure started earlier and much more tragic than we'd expected. The whole team who'd gathered in the hall yesterday had been reduced to but a handful of brave souls, led by Knightley, and not at all by that scoundrel Tartusio, no matter what he might have imagined of himself. Jamandi Aldori was waiting for us, but to get to here, we had to march through fire, literally. As we approached the burning building, we... drenched ourselves with buckets of water. Prudence is the key to victory. Before moving through the fire, we thoroughly wet our clothes and hair. After that, we... covered our noses and mouths before we rushed inside. It was a good thing we hadn't wasted any time. After entering the building and taking just a few steps forward, the wall behind us slanted and crashed down with a terrible crackling sound, blocking the way back. While we may not have planned on going back, if we'd come in a little later, the flaming logs and red-hot bricks would have fallen right on our heads. Regardless, we were left with only one way to go. The hot air burned our lungs and our eyes watered from the smoke, but Knightley led us stubbornly through the flames, while Tartusio did nothing useful at all. Oh my god, I love this. We'd made it to the hallway leading to the banquet hall when we heard someone calling for us. It was Valerie, one of the guards I'd chatted with a bit in the banquet hall. Even then, in that calm setting, I'd been stunned by her beauty. But now, amid the smoke and flame, she looked like a celestial avenger, an armored deity, menacing but beautiful and merciful, descending from the higher spheres to help us poor mortals. She held a burned, barely living guard in her arms. "There are two more," she shouted as she passed by us. "They are wounded. Help me pull them out." Tartusio grumbled something about how Jamandi was waiting for us. Meanwhile, Knightley... rushed to save the guards from the fire. We succeeded our agility checks, or athletics checks, so that's good. Saving the poor fellows didn't take long. Together we lifted them up and carried them away from the fire. Only then did Valerie pause to catch her breath and wipe the sweat from her face. "Thank you. That was truly noble of you," she said. "And now, let us rush to Lady Alduri's aid." Ensuring the guards we rescued were relatively safe, we made our way to the hall where the battle was already in full swing. Gained 9 experience. Cool. One of your characters is fatigued. This is just one of the negative conditions that can affect you during the game. To notify you that a character is under the effect of a condition, a symbol will appear near their portrait. To find out more about the character's condition, open their character screen. Okay, yeah, we now have a party of 6.
I'm off.
She looks pretty beefy. Let's put her up front. Well, behind us, but yeah. Okay. I honestly don't know if the number showing is the number to beat or the skill level of the character. Let's see. That's a good question. I was wondering the same thing. So I know before it told me that like my intimidate was like 15 or something. I think that would have been him. The athletics was a 9. So we're -6. That must have been the speed. Yeah, it's the number to hit. It was really lucky for it to succeed, yeah. Good to know, good to know. Alright, let's quick save. Alright, and we'll go in. Wait, what? Oh, I can pick them back up? Well, that's good to know. I'll just get the stuff worth the most money and that I can carry. I mean, I got this far without +1 bonus to armor. I don't trust it. I'm sure it doesn't even matter, but... It does sell well. You're right. You're right. Okay, I'll pick it up. Yeah, I'll pick it up. Ratch, I blame you if anything goes wrong. Alright. Oh, okay. Then I say... Then I say leave. Okay. Oh, I don't know if I think it's cursed, but... Oh, maybe, yeah. I guess it could be cursed. Alright. So, we just, go in there, right?
You cannot stand against me.
Alright.
You
Get in
should've
there!
run. Alright.
Advance!
Wenzy. See if she can reach anybody from here. Yeah. Tartusio.
Time to get my hands dirty again!
What's going on in there? Miss. 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 Missed again. What's this? Several flag. Miss. All right. What do you got? Destructive smite. Heal living. Oh. Okay. Interesting. What? It's a Hydra! Valerie. She's a simple woman. How do I use it? Unavailable. Okay, never mind. Round 2.
Strike.
Dead. Protection?
Unworthy.
Oof. Did you turn him into... What did you do? Okay. Do you have range on anything? Oh, you do. Nah, you didn't get dazed. Tartusio!
Out of my way!
She missed. Am I watching? Extra core. Miss, miss. 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 Alright.
Repent.
Get him! Ooh! Alright, you're gonna go down here.
Let us strike as one.
Got him.
Don't hold back.
Mirror image. What does that mean?
Wretched
Kill that guy. Alright. Maybe she can, daze him? She can. Alright. Move up. do...
Leave this one to me.
I can't really see what's being attacked. Oh, a Miri. You have a 1 in 4 chance of hitting the real guy with mirror image. Okay.
Your life ebbs low.
Oh! Brutal.
Do not falter!
Oh, I missed. Let's kill the archer.
This will hurt.
No. Miss.
Despicable.
There we go. So we got that guy left. Daze him again.
Just die already.
Miss. Okay, he's attacking Jamandi. Even though I can't seem to see her for some reason. Okay.
What a waste.
Onwards!
Go for that one. Cool. And then we'll go for this one.
You should have run.
There we go, we got him that time.
Strike!
Advance!
Daze again. Oh, okay, I didn't realize that. Scratch, thank you.
Time to get my hands dirty again.
At least the Hydra's missing. There we go. Studded leather, light armor class. Okay. Anything else in here before we go?
Thank you for your valor and bravery. The enemy was strong, but you were stronger, and that means I made the right choice. Just as I thought, there were worthy leaders among you. I'm especially grateful to them for the courage and common sense they showed while defending the mansion. But this attack means we have even less time than I thought. Someone already knows of our plans and is acting against us. You'll begin your expedition immediately.
Okay.
Lady Aldori, please, I know who arranged this attack. The vile king of Pitax, Iroveti. What's more, I know who among us works for him. Hey, you! Show everyone the ring you're wearing. You think I wouldn't recognize Irovetti's seal? That's why she wasn't killed. The bandits recognized her as one of their own by the signet ring.
What do you mean nice I got the ring? Wait, so I'm not in trouble now? Oh, I can show my hands. Yeah. Attack! Liar! I'm just gonna show my hands. What ring? What are you talking about?
Lady Aldori, I saw it with my own eyes. The ring must be in her pocket. Search her and I'm sure...
Oh no, don't search me.
Enough, Tartuccio. I'm still the one giving orders here. We won't be searching anyone.
Oh, thank God.
There's definitely a spy among us. But who? All I have is one word against another. I'm afraid you're both under suspicion.
Dang it.
They both came to your aid, Lady Jamandi. But a liar's cunning knows no bounds. I've never met these two or their companions. For all I know, they're all conspiring spies.
How could you say that? We fought together. We literally went through fire together. And then you vanished into thin air. After you promised you'd wait.
My words might be rash.
The tiefling is obviously embarrassed.
I bet my life the spy's anyone but this woman. I saw how she dealt with those creeps with my own eyes. A true warrior. I'd go with her through hell and high water. This purple crook, on the other hand. He's got the eyes of a spy. And the mug of a spy!
I love this woman. Join my party!
Lady Aldori, don't listen to this thick-headed barbarian. She doesn't know what she's talking about. During the attack, our leader showed her true colors. She forced us to break into the armory and rob it.
Oh, man! Sometimes your character has to make difficult decisions, relying on their conscience or lack thereof. Such decisions impact your character's alignment, gradually shifting your character toward good or evil, lawful or chaotic. Some dialogues feature special options that are available only to characters with certain alignments. Okay. Forgive me for my trespass and my defense. We were in the middle of a battle and in dire need of weapons. We were in the middle of the battle and needed weapons. There was no time to run and ask permission. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Oh, and then when you wait, it's showing you the best character for the action. I mean, neutral. Neutral. That's what I would like, but in this case we can't. Right, yeah, when you hover over it, it tells you. Yeah, you have to hover over the the green text, and then you see it. Okay. I'm gonna say.
Considering the circumstances, that was more than reasonable.
Cool. Formed a lawful neutral action and gained 9 experience.
That was a sound decision. Sometimes one must act at one's own risk and peril until crossing the boundaries of what is allowed. Showing initiative is no crime.
It is insane when faced with death to stop and question whether you may be breaking some law or rule. Even more insane would be to ask forgiveness for making the right decision. Sorry, but your words display a lack of wisdom.
Apparently that choice really mattered because it's affecting how they think about me. His words would be very incremental alignment changes, if anything. Apparently not. I don't know.
What about that trick she pulled right before we came in here?
What trick?
She knew very well you were fighting the enemy, but instead of rushing to help you, she dallied as long as she could, dropping everything to save people from the fire, even though the guards were handling things just fine. She was obviously hoping to show up too late and find you already dead. Good people were dying right in front of me. How could I just walk by?
Really, Tartuccio? You're seriously trying to blame someone for saving people from a fire?
Okay.
May Shellen spare me from ever having to make such a choice, but she behaved decently, as a true leader.
A true leader is someone who has their priorities straight, not someone who would put a valuable ally's life in danger for the sake of some servant.
Why am I getting the impression I'm about to lose party members?
Enough squabbling. I'm still not sure which of you I can trust. However, the risk of entrusting the whole affair to a spy is too great. Here's what we'll do. 2 teams will head out. That way, I'll know at least one group can be counted on to serve my interests in the stolen lands.
I see. I am about to lose party members. I think those choices just determined who's joining my party cruise! Hi! Yeah, I think those choices just determined who's joining me and who's joining Tartuccio. So the dwarf was mad at me, and the undead elf was mad at me.
Lady Aldori, most of those who were to set off for the stolen lands have been killed. Those who yet live will require help. Please allow me to join the expedition.
Okay.
I'm sad to lose such a talented warrior. But you're right, Valerie. They have greater need of you right now. Go, and may Abadar keep you. Which of the 2 teams would you prefer to accompany?
If my leader allows, I would join her team. She seems a worthy commander in my eyes.
Commanders, military leaders, all these laws and rules are but dust and vanity. I suppose I will accompany Tartuccio.
Our leader is good in battle, but I don't like all the spiritual agonizing. I prefer those who can act without wasting time helping every little pipsqueak. Those like Tartuccio.
Ugh, Tartuccio's going to take the credit for himself and be done with it. Shellen, spare me from such allies. I'm going with you. You're a hero worthy of my quill.
As for me, I know neither of these 2. At least not well enough. And I have no wish to become an unwitting pawn to an unworthy leader. If Lady Jamandi allows, I'll remain in Restov and help mend the wounds this attack has inflicted. But who knows? The road may bring me to the stolen lands, but not yet.
I don't even need to think. I'm coming with this woman.
Yay!
As for you, Purple Toad, just wait until we meet along the way. I'll be sure to hang your rotten spy guts from the trees.
All right, we have 2 teams. To avoid unnecessary conflict on the road, you'll each take a different route to the Stolen Lands. Tartuccio's team will go through Navacta's Crossing. The garrison commandant will provide him all the help he needs. You will take your team to Oleg Leviton's trading post. He's been complaining about the Stag Lord's bandits for a while now. There, you'll be provided with all the necessary travel supplies.
Yeah, do I have all female party members? Is that how this turned out? Because I got the barbarian, myself, the bard, and the knight. This abandoned border fort at the southern edge of Rossland found a new life recently. Oleg, couple Rostov rebuilt it from a trading post. This place is now one of the few hospitable shelters for travelers in the surrounding wilderness. We received camping supplies, rations, and a signed scroll of Raised Dead.
I'd like to believe you, but I know all too well how convincing traitors and spies can be. If you're truly innocent, I hope you can forgive me this precaution.
And we got 125 experience.
While you're away, Keston will investigate the night's events and learn who in Restov is working for Patox. But you should know that it isn't just Patox we need to worry about. The Royal House of Sertova may also interfere in our plans. I've managed to keep this affair a secret from them so far, but that can't last long. By my estimations, you have no more than 3 months. After that, any feats you accomplish will be pointless.
I have 3 months to take the thing back, I guess? Okay.
And now, farewell. This battle was but the first ordeal along your path, and you overcame it as true champions of Restov. May the obstacles that follow also fall to your feet. Fear nothing, my friends, and return victorious.
Liable comrade in battle. Oh,
Surviving a terrible night, our small team set off to brave our fate. Beware, Stolen Lands. Heroes are on the way.
Okay. Yeah, we have an entirely female party. That's pretty cool. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back, guys. I'm back. So I am loving this. I don't remember how far I got before. I guess I must have gotten to like the tutorial, the first battle, like in the room or something, and then not been able to deal with it. Because I don't really remember any of this, so. This is cool though. Okay, this is the map of the Stolen Lands and their vicinity. Set out, click on one of the arrows near your party token. You can learn the whereabouts of significant locations by talking to characters or happening upon them during your journey. After learning about a location, you must find the way there yourself. Along the way, random encounters await. You may be attacked by monsters, or you may meet new acquaintances. After exiting the location of a random encounter, you will not be able to return there. And it looks like we've only got one option. So... we had a very easy time in that starting thing, but I'm hoping it does get a little bit harder even though I picked easy. But we'll see. Because I didn't realize it was going to be turn-based. So now I feel kind of like maybe I shouldn't have picked easy. I don't think I can change it after. Oh, maybe. So if we go to normal, they can do critical hits. The rest of it looks the same. I think it's just this top bit that's different. So... I think weak criticals is fine. We can change it back if it's too hard. What are my graphics even at? Custom. Oh, they were probably set by the program on my computer, that's fine. Okay. Damage reduction going from negative 60% damage to negative 20. Yeah, but like, we literally were never touched. That whole opening sequence, none of my party members took a single hit point of damage. Yeah, but thank you, Gretch. Yeah, but we didn't take any damage. I feel like it's way too easy if I didn't take any damage. Wow, look at all this. 14 Gothran. And it's daytime. Right, I can't cast spells, I forgot. Whoa, whoa, I don't even know what I'm looking at. Let's not do that right now. Yeah, my AC is really high. I don't know if that changed with the difficulty. Let's see. No. We still have crazy AC. I mean... she has lower AC. Okay, let's go. Let's do it. Let's try it. This is so cool. There's someone on the road. Get ready. Trolls can be killed with fire or acid usually. I mean, here. Uh-oh. What is that? Well, we got hit. By a critical, no less. Okay. What do you got? +2. Let's do it.
Tear them apart!
Dunk! Wow, she murdered that. Alright. She can't make it, but if I charge, she can make it. Wow, look at that. Slaughter him. Miss. Let's do a
May I
daze.
suggest another way to use this
Oh, you
spell?
can't. Maybe because it's an animal? Whoa. Okay. Took damage though.
Don't hold back.
Oh, I missed.
They go down!
20 damage, oh my gosh. Okay, it's high time to set up camp and rest. In camp, all characters will restore some of their lost hit points, and those capable of casting spells will replenish them. To camp, you need a special resource, rations. When you press R or click the rest button, an outline of a camp appears under your mouse cursor. The green outline allows you to click to set up camp there, while a red one means that something is blocking it. After setting up camp, click on the bonfire to begin resting. Once everyone is gathered around the bonfire, press the Manage button to see a special camp interface used to set the resting time and distribute the following responsibilities among your party members. Hunting. Success will acquire additional rations. I'm guessing I'm going to send a Neri on hunting. Camp Camouflage. Lowers the chance of an enemy attack on the camp the same way Night Watch does. Cooking. Preparing a successful dish will grant positive effects lasting 16 hours to the specific character or the entire party, depending on the recipe. Special ability. Every party member has their own special ability. You can assign more than one job to a party member, but be careful, that would prevent them from having a proper rest. While resting, your camp may be attacked by enemies. After dealing with them, click on the fire again to continue resting. It's usually better to avoid camping in dungeons. In dungeons, you won't be able to hunt, cook, or use certain unique abilities. Moreover, there is a higher chance of an enemy attacks in such places. Skin? Hold up.
I am never wrong.
I'm never wrong, apparently. Is there anything else to loot in this little map? No. So they said press R. I wonder if it matters where on this little map I put it. I'll just put it here. Hey! Mist! 4 months! Ah, oh, thank you, Mist. And you know, Mist, I just gotta thank you in general because, you know, a lot of the times when we hit goals, when we hit sub goals, when I first became affiliate, like, you were the hype man always, and I just love you for it. And I hope you're doing great. I hope you're doing real good. It's always good to see you here. Yes, you, Mist. Yes, you. Alright, how do I do this? I do have a hype team. You're right, it's not just you, but it's all of you. Honestly, it really is all of you, but you are lovely and special, and I just appreciate you. Alright, let's see. So, she is hunting. I'm doing camouflage guard, okay. These make sense to me, which is probably why they're set up this way, because they make sense to me. She would be the hunter. I would do camouflage because I'm like the nature person. I can just see her cooking, and then, she, of course, the paladin or whatever she is would be guarding. Hype! Alright. Oh, we use all of our rations for this. Well then. So, how do I assign them to 2? It said I could assign them 2 different roles. Manage. Here we go. Because I think everyone is full health except for me. So. How do I do that? Like that? No, it took her off. Watch. Yeah, this game looks awesome. So it is awesome so far. Let's just do the default. I don't know how to do what they're saying. Oh, you can assign 1 to 2 things? Okay, yeah, let me try that. No. Jav, hello. Yeah, it seems like I can't double up. I'm not sure what they meant by that. That's fine. Probably should do the default
Armor
anyway.
must be sturdy and heavy. The heavier, the better. And if there's a good shield to add to the armor, then you feel like a whole fortress, not just a fighter.
Well, you can see them doing everything. No, you spoiled the meal! I wonder if they get better at it or no. But we got 4 rations back, so we can rest again sometime. So my health is back. And great. Our troop of fabulous ladies. What's this? Oh, that's probably just go back to the map. Sure. Very cool, very cool. What fell over? Oh, was that the... That was probably the miniature for the random encounter. I bet was what that was. So we can go backwards? Let me do a quick save. Continue traveling.
Resting would be nice, don't you think?
All of your characters are fatigued? We just rested! I guess we traveled really far. Takes a -2 penalty shooting dex. After completing a rest, fatigued characters are no longer fatigued. Would you like to begin resting? Okay. Yeah, we can rest again. That's fine.
Valerie, what weapon do you like best?
I love the banter.
Whichever one I'm holding. I've been trained to fight using any blade. Spears, axes, bludgeons, and poleaxes, as well as with no weapon at all.
Oh no! Oh, but we got our hearty meal. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze, but I'm not sure. Drink some water. Okay. So, continue. Oh, I see. We got fatigued right before we went into the trading post. Like, it wasn't that we arrived at the trading post and it said we were fatigued. It was like, oh, you've traveled a great distance. Now they're tired. That makes sense. Okay, want to do this location? Yes. Guys, I'm gonna have trouble stopping this game. I don't want to stop. I don't want to. Okay. Did I... It says I equipped...
I'll take care of it.
Oh, and I've got my summon back. I love that I do this floaty thing in my, idle animation. It's so fancy. Okay. Tab, do we see anything? Just walk down the road. It's probably fine. Is that a bunny rabbit? Boken. Hi, Boken.
I'm there.
Where'd you go, Boken? No, really, where'd you go? Boken disappeared.
In due time.
So... Okay. Let's go back over here. You know, I haven't checked equipment and stuff with these guys. What she got? Hide armor. So she wears medium armor. She's using a ginormous sword. Perfect. 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 Hey Juan, yeah, we started tonight. Alright. So this is better, right? The scale mail? I'm gonna ask so many questions because I'm not positive I understand how this works. And she doesn't use spells, so like that doesn't matter. It's heavier though. I think barbs have unarmored defense. Maybe. So if I equip this, her AC goes up by 1. What was she wearing? That's fine. And then I think I put that on her. So she's fine. What's she using as a weapon? A bastard sword. One-handed bastard sword. Okay.
Follow if you dare.
Oh, sorry, Gretch. I can I can go back later. In the name of the Stag Lord, the lawful authority in the Stolen Lands, we demand this week's tax and some beer. And where's that pretty wife of yours, Oleg? She should serve us dinner. Quiet down, dimwit, Oleg. We're just here for the Stag Lord's tax. Hand over the money and we'll be on our way. Some dialogue features special options that are available only to characters with certain alignments. Okay. You want to drink some of my blood too? I'm sick of you. You're like locusts. You think you can control everything around here just because you put up that painted rag of yours. You come here, squeeze us dry, and come again. Oleg, a large man with a rough face, stops talking when he notices you. Ah, you must be guests from Restov. So I can say, what's going on here? I'm not interested in bloodshed, but I won't let you rob this man. Be on your way and I'll let you go in peace. Requires evil option. So we can't do that. Lawful neutral, attack. My task is to clear this land of bandits. I'll start right away, or I can just attack. There's no need for words to arms. Alright. I'm gonna do the neutral good option. Not interested in bloodshed, but I won't let you rob this man. Be on your way, and I'll let you go in peace. The woman smiles coldly. Alright, we'll leave, but what makes you think we won't just return in greater numbers? With greater numbers. I required evil, and I didn't have it. Why would we leave when we got easy pickings from Restov before us? We'll rip out your guts and empty your pockets. Okay, they want to fight me.
And then our leader charged forwards. Hey, wait for me!
You're playing with auto end turn option enabled. This option allows the game to end the turn automatically when a character finishes their standard move actions. Do you want to leave this option enabled? Yeah, I'm used to it now. Days! So can I, like, see... Oh, here we go. Flat-footed. So, since they're not inspected, I don't know everything. But I can see some stuff. Let's daze this one. Perfect. No! Oh. Go straight for the barbarian, why don't you? Come on. Okay, it's the barbarian's turn, so you're in trouble, man. Oof. That rage is brutal. Let's go just a little bit up. And then you charge on that guy. Oh, it's brutal. It's brutal. Alright. And I can just normal attack this one.
This will hurt.
Doink. And let's just fire.
You deserved it.
Perfect. He missed. And then he missed.
Bring it.
That rage, though. I love her. Victories in combat and other advances will award your characters with experience points. After gaining a certain amount of experience, a character will achieve a level up. This allows them to gain a new class or increase their level in one of their taken classes. This also provides other benefits, such as increasing their character's total hit points. Okay. So now I'll look at this. So seriously brusque, bring it! Alright, so How do I know that this is better or worse or whatever? Not that, this one. So they have auto level up, so I think I can just click the button. How do I... I'm not sure. What's her AC without armor? Ten. So no unarmed defense. That just seems wrong. Yeah, this is supposedly the best one though, right? Because she only has +1 dex. Yeah. Okay. Then I do this to auto level, I think. Why do I have to pick it? Oh, just load pre-made. So she got lethal stance. And her AC went up? Oh no, that's from the armor, never mind. And do the same with her. Alright, here we go. So we want to keep our class. Next. Then we get 2 more points in skills. So our athletics sucks. So I kind of want that. And what is this good for again? I get the pop-up back. Show me the pop-up. There it goes. Wait, I saw it. fine, that's fine. Why are we suddenly getting bonuses for these? We didn't get bonuses before. Also, so I guess the reason that you can do this is that you could level up in multiple classes? Otherwise, why would they ask? I didn't get ability points. Okay, what's this? Touch, you can heal a willing living creature amount of damage equal to your kinetic blast damage. Form a friendship with a fragment of your element. The element speaks back to you like a familiar. Pick a type of creature that usually allows... Wow. What? You could multi-class, but you can only have a total of 20 levels. Not 20 in each class, but 20 character levels. Okay. Choose a skill you're particularly adept at that skill. Uh... Hmm. Whoa. So are they different? They are different. Stealth checks and perception checks. Chicken! I could have a chicken. I don't even know what a Juraboa is. Hmm. What is this? I don't know if this means that my blade will do more damage. I'm not sure. It sounds like it would be good. But it's really not clearing it up for me. I already have it. Do I? But it says doesn't have the following features. Skilled connect. What's a Jaboa? Next. So now this is +1 if I do that. And this is +8. Why are there 2 of them? Huh. I don't know. But I'm gonna stick with it. Maybe summon twice per rest? Oh yeah, I don't know. Do I need to summon it? Hold on. So utility. It sounded so passive to me that I didn't think. Oh, I see. It shows up here too. If you select it. I just don't know what this means. Because if it's this, then that's like what I attack with every single time. So I don't know if that actually increases my damage or not. Whatever, it's fine. I think I'm living with it. Okay, Juan. Have fun. That's it. That's what I'm going with. Because I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay. Leather armor. Just take all of it. Where can I sell things? That would be nice. I have a lot of junk on
there.
Can I go in here? Apparently I can. was snow here in Texas, Mist. It was weird. It's cold out there. Potatoes? I'll take potatoes.
I do what I must.
Should probably talk to this guy, huh? Take that, you scoundrels! Oleg shakes his fist, but now he scratches his head and stares at the ground gloomily. The girl got away, a plague on her. She's certain to complain to the Stag Lord. They came before to collect taxes, but this time they'll come to punish treason. Now what are we to do? He sighs heavily. If only I could have sent Svetlana somewhere safe and show those rats what's what. He notices a fair-haired woman approach. Dove, why are you here? I told you to stay hidden. It's all over. I saw it. I just needed to be sure you were all right. The woman looked at her husband tenderly, if with a hint of sorrow. Oleg mumbles something as he looks away, embarrassed. My name is Svetlana. I'm sorry your arrival to our trading post turned out so unwelcoming. I saw someone run out of your trading post. Do you know who it was? That must have been Boken. He sells potions. He lives out in the forest like a hermit, but he comes here every day. He knows every tree and bush in the area and how they can help you. The Stag Lord's gang wants him to work for them. He lacks the courage to fight those bandits, but he won't just walk away from us. He has a good heart, even if he grumbles a lot, especially recently. I'd like to see your goods. Don't know what good trading will serve as those bloodsuckers come back and take everything, but alright, have a look. Yay! Sell my goods. Yeah, there's only, there's some snow here, but I don't think it's, I mean, it's crazy for there to be snow in Texas, but it's not crazy. Alright. Sell, what is our price in descending order? Here we go. Oh, that's actually a nice item. We'll never need this, right? It's fine. A light mace. Don't need that. Don't need a bow. Got a potion of bark skin. I'm not very big on consumables, so I'm gonna sell that. Sell that. Well, now that we've gone through that, I feel like we can actually use that if we want. Need to look at these armors again. I don't know, it's only one I see. flashing. That's just to sell. Just to sell. Just to sell. I like that it tells you where you got it. That's kind of cool. I'm gonna assume once we read something, we don't actually have to look it around and I can sell it. Alright. What else we got? Gem, a statue. We already looked at the armor, right? I could probably just sell it. Mace. What's this? Acid flask. Hey, Crispy. So we can get like masterwork stuff? That sounds nice, but it doesn't look that strong. Don't think it's necessarily better than anything we have. It's like if we see like a great sword, 2 to 12. Yeah, hers is better. Heavy crossbow. Light crossbow. Yeah, it seems fine. Oh, here we go. +1. Heavy shield +1. Oh, that's expensive. Get heavy shield +1. 1 more armor for so much money. Breastplate. Half plate. Full plate. Fancy. You can buy one of the rings that he gave us, but for 2,000 gold. Regardless of what is put into the bag, its weight doesn't change. This allows the party to carry additional 100 pounds of weight without suffering any negative consequences. I need that. I need that. Good old bag of holding. That's right. Alchemist Fire. Yeah, I'm not a consumable type person, so Maybe I'll regret that later, but I'm not really about that life. We'll keep the potions that heal, though. Short bow. Okay. Man, we are still... This is a lot of stuff. What's weighing us down here? 40 pounds. 30 pounds. Alright. How much was that bag of holding? Too much. Too much. Too much. Okay. Buy my ware. Oh. Offer? What do these buttons mean? Can I, like, persuade them to... I don't think so. There you go. So I don't think we want the scale mill. This is what? Medium armor? Medium. Heavy. Yeah, I know. Let's go ahead and sell this too. It's heavy, you know? Okay. Then... Oh, Boken's back. We'll talk later. Boken, a frail, disheveled old man wearing a stained and tattered robe, gives you a gloomy look. I'm Boken, local herbalist. What brings you here? Tell me about yourself. What's there to tell? I'm an herbalist. Make potions and sell them. Gather herbs, roots, berries. Boken sighs. I live in the forest, live off the land. Since leaving Restov for these parts, I ended up a merchant here at Oleg and Svetlana's post. They let me in out of kindness, help me with things. They bring me water or firewood when it's cold, and the occasional barrel of honey. They're good people. Talk later.
I'm off.
Okay. Anything interesting over here? Nothing? Okay. Can we go through here?
In due time.
Investigate this. The old well has been renovated and cleaned. It even has a new roof. Well, that's fancy.
I'm there.
A buckler. Sure. Steal from them and then sell it back. Why not? It's a time-honored RPG tradition anyway, so... Talk later. Can I go in here? No. Okay, let's save. And then I'm gonna trigger this fight. Wait for attack. I'm prepared for the attack. Get in your positions and wait. Fear not. I'll stand between you and this scum. You're under my protection. Amira flexes her shoulders. Finally a fight! Was bored with all that talking. Well, these aren't the heroics I was hoping to write about, but I guess even the greatest heroes had to start somewhere. I see, you're not easily cowed. I'll help you fight. I've got a box of alchemist fire we can use. We could put it by the gate, then set it off with a burning arrow when the bandits get close. I'll even shoot the arrow myself. I used to be pretty good with a crossbow back in my day. I like your idea. I beg you, be careful, and please don't let Oleg do anything too risky. Svetlana, go hide inside. We're gonna meet our guests. Here we go. Whoa! Super effective, man! Dude! Uh-oh. We need to make sure that guy doesn't die. Okay. That'll do. That'll do. Who's next? Valerie. Okay. Okay, Valerie. I want you to charge this guy. Oh, you can't. You can charge him. Go! Alright. Now you. Lethal stance.
Tear them apart!
Tear them apart! Alright. She can't actually attack this turn. Alright. And I can't attack this turn. Oof. It's gruesome. Miss. I'm concerned for our friend over here. Oh no! Can I heal with her? Hideous laughter. Okay, if she gets over here, then she can heal him later. So let's just scooch on over there. Alright. That guy shot an arrow at the bandit and he blew up.
Stay behind me.
Why that's how it worked? I couldn't tell you. Alright.
They go down!
That was effective. Yep.
Strike!
Just crushing, man. Let's move forward a little bit. Don't kill that man. Don't kill him. Alright. So if she gets right up next to him, can she cure light wounds? Yes.
Yes.
That was fancy. Okay. Get him, Valerie. Great. And then let's get as far as we can toward him. He missed. I'm right in his face and he missed. You just stay right there. I don't want him to die. Charge! No? Can't charge. Never mind.
Do not falter!
Get near him. Lindsay has bows, but I have her in the back because I want her to be able to heal the NPC if it comes to it. Yay! Alright. Let's do this. Collect all the loot now. Look at all this stuff. Alright. See if we can sell some stuff. So gruesome looking and sounding. Oleg is breathing heavily, but he shakes his fist in the air menacing. You rats got what you deserve. Now they'll know better than to treat honest people like cattle. We should call Boken out before he freezes in those bushes. Now, my lady, head up to the guest rooms on the second floor. You deserve some rest after such a battle. I need to clean things up. And this is for your efforts. Now, don't offend me by trying to turn it down. Just take it. An honest fight deserves an honest reward. If there were more common practice in this world, I think life would be so much better. If that were a more common practice in this world, I think life would be much better. Oh, I guess I'll talk to you tomorrow. Alright. What do we got in here? Potatoes. A lot of cooking ingredients. Hello? That's all over. Even if there was a fight, we'll talk tomorrow once I've finished working. Okay.
Follow if you dare.
Up we go.
It's just not my lucky day.
What do you mean? Oh, Lindsay failed to pick the lock.
I'm always ready.
Nightly can't pick
I'm
locks.
listening.
Valerie can't pick locks. Amiri can't pick locks. No! The treasure! Let's see. Personal stash. What? Is this like... I don't even know. Oh, that reminds me. I need to equip my, stuffs. Let's put, what was it? Didn't we have a praise? Oh, there it is. Wait. Perfect. And then, let's put this one on her. What?
Don't give that to me.
Don't give it to you? What?
I do not require this.
What are you talking about? Oh, only I can equip it. Only I can equip the ring. Okay. Let's put it on her then. read the book. It's a gift after all? Okay, that makes sense. Will-o-wisp. An amusing glowing ball which looks harmless and doesn't arouse any natural suspicion, pretends to be a guiding light in the marshes, but leads travelers to certain death. The agonizing fear of their victims is this monster's nourishing dinner. If you manage to resist their tricks, make sure you have some electrical protection. The monster electrocutes any visitors it fails to lure into terror. Werewolf. Werewolves prefer to hunt in groups and attack alone travelers. It's entirely possible that a Varisian camp or troop could turn into a pack of bloodthirsty lycanthropes under cover of darkness. Ordinary weapons stand little chance against them, but a silver blade greatly increases your chances of survival. Primals. Powerful creatures of the primal realm occasionally visit this world for amusement. It's best to stay out of a primal's way. Don't fight it, it's extremely dangerous, but if a life is at stake, resort to cold steel. Okay. Do we pick up another book? What's this? Summons a pet red panda? +1 morale boost to saving throws. So now she has 17. Okay. That's better, that's better, okay. Let's save. Bear's right next to me. He's all stretched out. Alright, let's go to sleep. You wake up from a nasty dream that tortured you almost all night long. In it, you saw a wall of unnaturally thick fog that surrounded you, slowly moving closer and closer. A quick look out the window, and you find out that the fog was not a figment of your imagination, not a dream, and then...
Hear me. Please hear me. Can you hear me? Please.
The half-transparent outline of a beautiful nymph appears before you. Even in this ghostly form, it's clear that she's exhausted. Her shoulders are slouched, and her large blue eyes burn within her pale face. Her voice is barely more than a whisper as she reaches towards you. Well, I mean, Bear complains in the sense that when he's too hot, he kind of like is panting and then will like lay on the hardwood instead of on the couch. Too cold, he curled up very tiny and he cold. But he didn't really like whine or whatever. It seems that only you can see or hear the nymph. I was wondering the same thing, Gabe. Is she appearing because of my thing, or is she part of the story? But I'm guessing it's part of the story, because that would be a lot, right? I don't know. I could say I'm glad my adventure begins with such a beautiful sight. I mean, she seems to be upset. Can we, focus? Who are you?
Who am I? Just a tear shed by the land itself. The bitter sigh of nature. I am a nymph, the guardian of this area. A defeated guardian. Call me the guardian of the bloom, if you wish.
I don't like either of these options. But I guess... What do you want from me?
Aid. Salvation. We have a common enemy, and long have I searched for someone who can defeat him. The one you call the Stag Lord. As a storm strikes ruthlessly with gusts and lightning, the Stag Lord wreaks havoc with the swords of his servants. And not just in the world of people. The land also suffers from the evil he brings. My forests and my flowers suffocate in this fog. Soon even I will vanish, as the last ray of light fades at dusk.
All right. The Stag Lord is responsible for the fog?
It hides his fortress as well as his dark deeds. But while responsible, he did not create this affliction. It is the work of a powerful druid who has betrayed even himself. I know not why the powers did not leave this renegade, but even I was unable to defeat him.
How can I help you?
This fog, it enshrouds, entangles, suffocates. If only I could learn how it was created. But my powers wane. I have barely the strength to call out to you. All I know for certain is that somewhere in this forest lies an old house, and it echoes with the remnants of a strange power. The Stag Lord and his druid were there. The fog hides this place from me, but I can point you to the bandits' camp near the Thornford. Make them tell you where this place is. Go there and listen to the echo, catch the whispers, search for anything that can tell you how the fog was created. Once the fog clears, nature will breathe again, and you will be able to easily find your way to the fortress of our mutual enemy.
Okay. All right, I understand. Farewell.
I don't believe in fate, stranger. But our meeting seems more than a coincidence.
The nymph's whisper fades as she disappears. Cool. There are no threats in this location. It is sort of headquarters where you can prepare your party for a new expedition. In such locations, companions don't follow you around and will go about their own business. You can speak with them freely to get to know them better. Once you exit this location and return to the gold map, you'll be able to choose the companions you wish to take with you, leaving the others here. Oh. Whenever you meet a new companion but don't want to include them in your party right away, that companion will travel to this location on their own. Oh wow, okay. Here I was thinking we kind of like, they front-loaded meeting all the characters, but I guess not. Hey Lindsay. A halfling girl with tousled hair, wearing a dusty traveler's outfit, sits chewing the tip of her quill. Just a moment. How should I put this? Oh, I know. She scribbles something quickly in a notebook scrawled with verse, raises her eyes, and gives you a bright smile. Oh, hi! Wow! Leave and do not return. I don't want to ever see you again. Oh my gosh. Tell me about yourself. Where are you from? I'm from all over. Haha, I was actually born in Galt, a nation of free thinkers and radicals renowned for brilliant poets, artists, and philosophers whose ideas shaped the politics of the whole of Avistan. Galt was once a vassal nation of Cheliax. After the death of Aradin and the rise of House Thrun in Chelax, the people of Galt decided to throw off their foreign rulers, along with their own nobles who had colluded with them. The executions did not end the bloodshed, and within 5 years the severed heads of the ministers of the first government rolled down the steps of the guillotine. In the 40 years since, over a dozen governments have ruled Galt, rising and falling like the waves of a stormy sea. Damn. In such a tiny village that it's not even on the maps. If it weren't for my teacher, I'd still be living there, milking goats, weeding turnips, swilling homebrew, having babies, and using books only as kindling. Who is your teacher? He's a true saint. He was once an important person in the capital at the Church of Schlen. Eternal Rose, the Eternal Maiden and the Incorruptible, is the goddess of art, beauty, love, and music, and the half-sister of Zon Guthon. Schlen focuses just as much attention on internal beauty as external, as aspects of her role as goddess of beauty. Schlen also promotes the creation of art and composing the performance of music. Lyrics of Schlen frequently are artists themselves. As the goddess of love, she encourages the proliferation of that feeling in all its forms. She is not the goddess of sexuality, lust, or fertility, and makes a very clear distinction between love and sexuality, although she does not in any way discourage erotic love. The few paladins who worship her practice courtly love. Okay. But he got in trouble with the authorities and went on a self-imposed exile to the tiniest, most godforsaken, priestless village he could find. The one where I was born. Yeah, I'm loving this game, Gabe. Oh my gosh. I've had this game so long and I can't believe such a silly thing was keeping me from playing it for so long because it's so good already. He wanted to open a school, but the villagers wouldn't let him. You can heal us all you like, but no putting any ideas into our children's heads. It'll only distract them from their work. But he did teach me on the sly. He taught me how to read, how to write, and he gave me books, poems, legends. He was the one who told me about the Archknights of Avestan. This game and table platform must have required a lot of thick books and manuals in front of you. Probably. Avestan is a continent on the world of Golarion, one of the most heavily settled areas on the planet. Avestan possesses as many varied cultures and environments as any other continent in the world, and an ancient history stretching back tens of thousands of years. Brevoy, the River Kingdoms, Numeria, and the Stolen Lands are all situated on Avestan. And when I told him I was going on a journey, he gave me a magic ring so that Shalyn would protect me from harm. Yeah, I'm loving this little lore feature. That's great. I think also every time I learn one of these, I think it's going into the menu somewhere, like it's going into my journal. I need to check, but I think it's going in there. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do all of these options. I hope you guys are having fun because I want to talk to them and get to know them. Archknights of Avestan, who are they? Oh, you haven't heard of them? How can you be a heroine without knowing one of the most epic stories in the history of stories? No, I won't spoil anything. You should just read about them yourself. Every single chapter. Their adventures are what gave me the idea of going on a heroic quest and writing about it to begin with. And now, look at me. Here I am, on a heroic quest. Okay, I'm glad, you guys. I'm glad. How did you become a bard? I'm actually sitting here a little bit worried because I don't know how I'm going to play Judgment now that I've started this, because I didn't realize how much I was going to like it. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know, we'll do something. But I do want to finish Judgment before Monster Hunter comes out, so. Woo, I'm gonna be busy. I'm gonna be busy. When I realized there was nothing for me at home besides more radish patches, I decided to run away. A traveling book peddler, Tessie the Quill, happened across our village. Well, I stuck to her like a burr and wouldn't let go until she agreed to take me as an apprentice. Together we traveled everywhere to Brevoy and Taldor. That's a new place. Gabe. The mighty empire of Taldor once stretched from the Arcadian Ocean to the border of the Padishah Empire of Kalish. Oh yeah, sorry, Gratch. I forgot that about you. Oh man. I'm so sorry, Gretch. Arodin himself was said to walk among the people of Taldor, and his religion, a shining beacon unto the world, radiated outward from Taldor's gilded capital of Apara. I'm gonna just butcher all these fantasy names. I'll get dehydrated. I have my water. I have my water. I will drink some now. This is like the feeling I got when we found out there was that book in wow, the name is escaping me. Ninu Nana? Ninu Nunu? That game? The book? Ninu Nunu? Nino Kuni. Right. That one. Nino Booney? Nunu? Yes. This is like that feeling, except a lot better. Because there's a lot more in this, obviously, going on here, but that was like the tiny, cute version of this. Taldor's ancient armies of exploration established footholds for the Empire throughout Golarion, and its mighty phalanxes marched for thousands of miles during the Shining Crusade to beat back the Whispering Tyrant. I like how they're giving me lore, but they're also throwing in a bunch of other like titled things. So, like, the Shining Crusade is clearly an event that I know nothing about, and Whispering Tyrant is some evil that I don't know about. So they're just like, here's a breadcrumb to something else that you know nothing about. So I'm also curious reading this too, how much of this is an established part of the world in Pathfinder and how much of it is exclusive to this game. But yeah, I have no idea. Now Taldor is a stunted remnant of its old glory, having lost control of its daughter territories and is almost ignored by the powerful countries of today, which assume it will continue its slow decline for at least another century. So they traveled everywhere together, Brevoy, Taldor, and even Ustalav. The immortal principality of Ustalav is a fog-shrouded nation of countless horrors, and a once proud realm that suffered under the clawed hands of the Whispering Tyrant for centuries. Oh, another victim of the Whispering Tyrant. And then I found out about the Academy of Grand Arts in Pitex, and I thought, well, I love reading stories, so I can surely learn to write them too. So the Academy of Grand Arts, while not as popular as some of the great bardic schools of the Inner Sea, Pitex Academy of Grand Arts still manages to attract some students seeking greater specialization. And Pitex is long a haven for thieves and smugglers. Pitex is a hub for trade in the River Kingdoms. It aspires to be a center of culture and higher learning as well, but cannot escape its more unsavory origins. Oh, Bear, you're awake? You don't look awake. You've sat up, but you don't look awake. I love reading stories. Oh, wait, no. I enrolled on my first try, and they even gave me a scholarship. Then they expelled me. But that's okay. They'd already taught me all the important stuff, and now, with Schlinn's help, I can manage on my own. Oh my god. I love her. Do you worship Schlinn? Schlinn? I don't know how to say it. Yes, not to offend the other gods, but she's the most important of them all. All the other gods guard the world as it is, but only the eternal Rose, the goddess of beauty, calls us to the world as it should be. All right, another reference to the same. Ooh, hi, Bear. Hi. You okay? Is it kind of hot? All right. I don't want to ask why your clothes are messy. Let me ask you something else. Bear, come here. Oh, you want to hold my hand? Okay, hold your hand. No, you want me to pet you. Okay, I'll pet you. Yeah. Sickwood Bear. Let's see. You come from Pittix, right? Tell me about it. Oh, I love Pittix, even though they kicked me out. Wait. She got kicked out of the location? I thought she just got kicked out of the school. What is life in Pittix like? Actually, Pittix has always been one huge nest of thieves, bandits, river pirates, smugglers, fences, card sharps. What's a card sharp? It's always been home for the likes of them. But that was before Iravetti became king. With him, a whole different life began there. What do you know of King? Oh, wait. Iravetti always wanted to make history, but not as another bandit with the crown. Though that's exactly what he is, he wanted to be glorified through the centuries as a great patron of the arts. So he built the Academy of Grand Arts and spent lots of gold to assemble the best artists, poets, and musicians. Of course, the very best ones refused to go, but he got what he wanted in a way. If Pittix was just a booze barn for thieves, now it's a cabaret. What do you know of King Iravetti? He won his crown in a game of cards, which says as much about Pittix as it does about him. He's fiendishly clever. Some cheats I know told me that from the moment he appeared, he started to pulling off such schemes that the old city masters just scratched their heads. With him in charge, gold flooded into Pittix, and also, he's incredibly, unimaginably, fantastically decadent and conceited. Getting drunk with whores at the pub, that's not Lord Iravetti's style. Oh no, he aims higher. Dressing up like a male Calistria? Oh, yes. That's one of the gods, isn't it? Yeah, the goddess of lust and revenge. The golden codpiece and holding a 3-week orgy with dancing on the rooftops, parades, public executions, and a contest for the best ode to the great unrivaled king. That's more like it. That's hilarious description. You can tell she's a writer. He also likes singing. Ugh, and he orders his guards to make the citizens gather for his shows. May Shlin have mercy on his listeners. Tell me about the academy you studied at. You know, jokes aside, I'm thankful to Iravetti for building it, but he has no taste. At all. Whatsoever. He likes his art loud, bright, grandiose, and most importantly, glorifying his royal highness. He kicked out the best charcoal artist because he didn't wish to spend money on gray scribbles. He sacked the masterful flute player from Tianzi for playing too quietly, and instead ordered them to open a kettle drum class. He even ordered the academy to expel me, and for what? An innocent limerick. I want to know what the limerick was. Would you like to go back to the academy and finish your studies? I'd like to return, but on one condition. If they threw out 3/4 of the professors who teach there now and returned all the ones they banished. If you ask me, I'm proud to have been expelled. If my art was to Iravetti's liking, then I would have reason to be ashamed. As long as mediocre lickspittles sit at the academy and those with real talent beg on the streets of Pitax, I will not cross the threshold of that place. Let me ask you something else. Of course, please ask. I'd be happy to chat all day. Oh, good. A humorous, frequently bawdy verse of 3 long or 2 short lines rhyming blah blah blah. So D&D haiku? Yeah, basically. Is what that would be, yeah. I want to hear the limerick she wrote that got her kicked out, though. Tell me about the book you're writing. What is there to tell? You've seen some of my rough drafts already, haven't you? It's a book about you and your adventures. I'm writing the whole truth, just as it happened. Well, the whole artistic truth. You know, no glory, no story. Why are you writing it? What's the point? No offense, but your command of language is not that good. Your book is full of inconsistencies, so what kind of character am I? How do you feel about me reading your work in progress? Well, these are only drafts, but of course you're welcome to read them. Just keep in mind that even if you don't like what I write about, I won't change a single letter, so don't even ask. Of course, it's a book about you, but it's my book, understood? The small writer's eyes glow rebelliously. Okay. Snark! You scatter me! Snark! Hi, Snark. How are you? Were you streaming, Snark? Or was that a meant to scare me raid? Because I've known you to do this. We are playing Pathfinder, Kingmaker. And it is very good so far. I'm in the very, very beginning. Woo, dragon noises. Yes, exactly. Okay, we've got a lot of... Wow, we can pick like any response here. As long as you write the truth, I have no objection. Write whatever you wish. I doubt you would defame me, or for that matter, overpraise. Write whatever you wish. It's your right, but I shall decide if your book is allowed on my lands. I will be remembered for my deeds, not for your book. I have no interest in censorship. Any stories about me are welcome as long as they're interesting. I'd rather have a say in how my biography turns out. Of course you can write whatever you want, but you know what happens to writers who displease their rulers. Wow. Dagron. Yes. Rathalos is a Dagron. Right, Bear? Okay, I want to say... This seems very dismissive of her book, and probably not true. I like the chaotic good answer. Chaotic neutral is nice. I could be down with the first one too. Give Bear pets? Okay. Hi, Bear. Well, Bear, I can't give you pets if you move away. Well, you moved away. Come here. I give you a little scratch on the chest. Come here. Oh, what a good bear. That's a very good bear. Do you want some pets? Some pets? Good bear. Alright, let's see. I'm gonna say the chaotic good one. Write whatever you wish. I doubt you would defame me, or for that matter, overpraise. Thank you for your trust. I will not set out to please you, of course, but I still hope that you will like my book as much as my other readers. So, what kind of character am I? Truth be told, I was a little afraid of meeting a real hero. In books, they're all protectors of the weak and poor. But what about in real life? But you eased all my fears with 2 shakes of a tail. You're a true heroine, just like in the legends. My new fear is that, in 100 years, my readers will say that people like you never existed. But I'm writing the truth. Sometimes you follow the rules, and sometimes you make up your own. Your actions are hard to predict. It's what makes you so interesting to read about. Thanks. Alright. Tell me about your friendship with Tessie the Quill. What's there to say? The books woke my urge to travel, but it was only thanks to Tessie that I managed to really get out of my village. At first, Tessie tried in vain to get rid of me, but later, when I told her I was staying in Patax, she even shed a tear. I wonder where she is now. What's the deal with the ring you always wear on your finger? Ah, this. Lindsay holds her arm for you to get a clear view of the ring. It was a gift to me from my first teacher. It's magical, imbued with the powers of Shin, no less. When I get myself in trouble, it transports me to a safe spot. So, please don't be angry with me if I suddenly disappear from a fight. I'll wait for you here, promise. Interesting. Is that their way of always protecting her characters so that you can always have the book? Because that's pretty funny. I have to go. Just don't leave without me. Of course, I could just write whatever you tell me, but if I wanted to stay cooped up in a dusty room, I'd still be sleeping through lectures at the academy. Apologies if I missed anything right after rating. I had some in real life. Oh no, that makes sense for Snark. That happens. That happens to me all the time when I raid. I'm trying to like finish things with whatever my stream was, and then I'm trying to hear what they say when I raid and all that so that I can respond, but yeah. Sometimes it just does. A Norrelay 8 Eyes. Okay, let's talk to this person. The elf looks straight at you, through the tangled hair falling over her face. Hey, you're an adventurer, right? Seeking your fortune in the Stolen Lands? You aren't the only one of your kind here. Take my advice. Keep your eyes open and watch your back. Sometimes the ones who call themselves your friends are more dangerous than your enemies. Judging by the elf's voice, it's obvious that she started the day with a jug of wine. Who are you? The elf grunts. Anderley Eight Eyes. Once upon a time I was famous throughout Absalom. More than 4,000 years, Absalom has been the city of the center of the world, a metropolis-sized showcase of the greatest treasures in all of Golarion. The city not only holds a key strategic position for both commercial and military endeavors in the region, but encompasses the site of the ascension of 4 deities and claims to have been founded by none other than the last Aslanti, the god Erodin. Nori Eight Eyes of the Reckless Six. Well, glory passes quickly. A few miserable decades later, and no one recognizes you on the street anymore. What a shame. What are you doing here? I sit here waiting for adventurers who are in need of help. We may be sitting here in a backwards tavern, but in Absalom I have a lot of friends who are eager to make a few coins. They have brave hearts but shallow pockets. A little gold would be welcome change for them. I can send them a message and they will come from Absalom through a portal. If you're interested, just give me a sign and we'll arrange everything right away. Also, I can summon the tutors from the Pathfinder Society, who can retrain you and your companions. The Pathfinder Society. The Pathfinder Society is a globe-spanning organization based out of Absalom. The membership consists primarily of Pathfinders, adventurers who travel through Golarion, usually inconspicuously, and explore, delve, and otherwise experience the lesser-seen parts of the world. They send journals documenting their travels back to their adventure captains, who also assigns them new missions and suggests new places to explore. The most exciting and illuminating of these journals are compiled in the Pathfinder Chronicles, an ongoing series of books that collect the history and mystery of Golarion for its membership and general public. They are willing to do this for free the first 3 times you request their services. After that, the price for retraining will gradually increase. Such is their way of doing business with all new clients. Why are you called Eight Eyes? The reset attribute guys, yes. Interesting they come up with such a storied reason for it though. I didn't expect that. The 4th wall breakers. I like that, Mist. Once long ago, I could spot an enemy and pin him to the wall before he could even think of attacking. Some said I had 8 eyes and looked all around at once, though it seems I've outlived my nickname. Honoriel stretches her arm forward, her palm trembles noticeably. I've been drinking so much lately, it's best I don't test my skills too often. A famous Pathfinder, here in the middle of nowhere? Why? You want to know how one could exchange the life of a Pathfinder for this sorry drunken rat hole. The light in Honoriel's eyes goes out as if someone had blown out a candle. You lose all your friends because of one scumbag, and then you'll understand. I was the only one to return from the final campaign of the Reckless Six, and whatever is left of me can't be called a seeker anymore. Gretch. Honori remains silent for a time, as if wondering if she wishes to poke the old wound. Here's the story. Our leader, Vermelt, was the best of us. Wise, brave, friends with everyone. One of those friends. Andevian Andresant sent him a disturbing letter. He'd stumbled upon mention of some ancient books on the art of necromancy. Secrets like those are best left hidden forever. Trust me, I've seen what that kind of magic can do. The elf bites her lip. To make a long story short, these volumes were supposedly hidden in the catacombs of Gallowspire. We decided that the books should be retrieved and kept safe by the Society. We gathered in a tavern, discussed the expedition, then proceeded to Ustalav, which was that place that was full of countless horrors that they talked about. It was a normal mission, a quick and quiet recovery. Honoriel smiles bitterly. But everything turned out to be much more complicated. We barely made it through the Witchgate Forest, all those terrible living trees, undead druids, and their archers of bone. It was a miracle we managed to make it out alive. We'd chosen Wrench Church to stop at. It was marked on Vermelt's map as a safe enough haven to hole up in and lick our wounds. How I wish that had been true. Vermelt was the first to perish. He was attacked by one of the monsters hiding in the stables. It tossed him about like a feather and threw him down an ancient well. His shout echoed for a long time, and I didn't hear the sound of him landing. And then Honoriel pauses and turns away, hiding her eyes. Enough. I shouldn't have gotten into this. Who am I to stir up others' feelings with all my chatter? We'd better forget about it for now. Maybe I'll tell you some other time, but not today. Three sounds a little bit like I'm accusing her. But I want to ask her for the sake of asking her things, but maybe I shouldn't. Would you like to join me? No, I've got things to do already. You better manage on your own. Okay. Where were you when the train was attacked? Okay, I was hunting. Got a little lost in the mist, which is the first time that's happened to me. I guess I should go easier on the drink. But don't you imagine I'd be scared of... But don't you imagine I'd be scared of a good fight? If only I'd known I was missing all the action. But I see you've got everything under control. Regarding your story, Honori looks at you silently. I can't thank you enough for what you've done. I definitely don't want to waste your time, but if you have a moment, I have a request. Let's wait on that. Tell me about yourself. How did you and your husband find the courage to establish a trading post in the Stolen Lands? It was Oleg's idea, though I supported him in it. We didn't realize how dangerous it was here, of course. In Restov, everyone respects the Sword Lords, and everyone's accustomed to relying on them. Even the mention of someone like Lady Jamandi could be enough to fend off a street thug or some other trouble. Could maybe even work in some places here, but not with the Stag Lord's men. Oh. Twitch is having some trouble. Even I got kicked out of chat. Weird. Twitch be twitching. Let's see. What can you tell me about the Stag Lord? He's not just some average bandit. If no one puts a stop to him, he'll turn the stolen lands into his personal kingdom. A kingdom of fear and oppression. It would be a kingdom of lawlessness. Once I've dealt with the Stag Lord, your life will improve. I like adventures, but I definitely prefer the ones that involve stopping villains and helping people. Hmm. Fear's always lost power. Be naive to think the Stag was so much different from the other ruler. In life, you either inspire fear or cower from it. I prefer to be the one who's feared. Is Nightly really live? I need to check. I feel live. I hope y'all can hear me. Yes, you're alive. Thank you, Gratch. I just like reacting to it'd be so funny if I was reacting to chat, but no one could actually hear me. She's alive! Exactly. I'm gonna say I like adventures, but I definitely prefer the ones that involve stopping villains and helping people. I can't thank you enough for the hope you've given me, but please be careful. The Stag Lord is extremely dangerous. What did you want to ask me? Svetlana lowers her head. California vacation. Thank you for the bits. By the way, to avoid like spam, you don't get like an alert or anything unless it's 100 bits, I believe. 100 bits or higher. But I mean, I see the bits in chat, so it worked the same way. You got my attention. And you still made the joke. Okay, Gabe. Get some sleep. I'm probably gonna stop soon because it's almost 3 a.m. here. I'm just trying to find a good time to stop. Sorry. Svetlana lowers her head. This is a very personal request, and maybe not important enough for your time. I'll completely understand if you say no, but the first time the Stag Lord's thugs came here demanding money, they also took my wedding ring. What? Snark. Snark. She's talking about losing her wedding ring, man. Trying to fart me out of the stream. Just tore it off my hand. It's just a trinket, really, but it meant so much to me. I remember every moment of the day Ola came to me, that ring in hand, to ask if I'd marry him. I was standing in a fancy dress on the stairs of my father's home, fearing that I'd misheard something, or that I'd say something stupid and everyone around would laugh. Svetlana interrupts herself, shaking her head gently. If you happen to find my ring among the bandit's possessions, please bring it back to me. It's easy to recognize. My name is engraved inside the band. Svetlana drops her eyes, lowering her voice. There is one more thing. Among the bandits, there's a dark-haired woman who wields dual axes. She's not bad in a fight. In fact, she can be extremely dangerous and cruel, but please, I beg you, show her mercy if you have the chance. One of my options isn't to ask why? Gretch. I can't promise anything, but if I do come across your ring, I'll return it to you. I understand. I appreciate any effort you put into it. I have to go. Farewell. Okay. She also, surprisingly, that didn't show the second request, right? My god, look how full this is. We barely started this game. It's so full. Why is it like... Oh! That's interesting. Okay. Dear Lord. Okay, about when they show up in their... I think they just dump it all in here. Dear Lord. That's a lot. That's a lot. Where's my quick save? There we go. Sarah the G! Oh my gosh, our very own celebrity is here in the chat! Sarah! Hi! Long time no see. The G herself! In my chat! Wait, when did I summon you? Did I summon you? Oh, it just auto-summoned? Okay. Hi. Greetings! Oleg seems to be in good mood and greets you warmly. You certainly ruffled those villains' feathers. Well, anyway, new day, new troubles. Have you seen the fog? Never seen anything like it before. The road to Restov looks like someone spilled milk and it just hung in the air. I couldn't see anything through that soup, not even with a torch. Feels like witchcraft to me. I bet the Stag Lord's involved somehow. Rumor says he deals with all kinds of bad magic. Show me your wares. Nothing's too good for such a good person. Great.
Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed.
Where? Wait. What was that? Who did that? It's supposed to tell me in chat, but it doesn't tell me. Alright, Snark. Get some good sleep. Composite bow. All this money we're gonna make. Oh my. Sell clubs. Sell these swords. Sell this book we read. Ooh. Okay, maybe don't sell those. Can I put these on? Sure, okay.
Master Chief, you mind telling me what you're doing at McDonald's?
Sir, finishing this Big Mac.
What? Oh, I see. I can see them from my other chat, but I can't see them when I'm in the game. It's California vacation! I mean, I should have known. Did I memorize the book? I did not. I did not, yeah. don't have a cleric. So I'm tempted to sell that. You know? It just, sells for so much. I'm sure, like, this is nothing. That doesn't sound right. It must be someone else. I don't know. I don't know. Did we get enough? We still wouldn't have enough for the bag or whatever. The bottomless something. I don't remember what it's called. And incense. I'm assuming when it says a merchant will pay well for it, that means I don't need it for any other reason other than to sell it to a merchant. Wait, what? Dude, Scratch. My brain exploded when you played that. You exploded my brain. Do you understand? Do you understand what my brain was like, wait, but I'm not in a Discord call. I'm not in Discord. I'm not in a Discord call. I'm not in a Discord call. That can't happen. Oh my god. God. That's what you think, yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Is that panda? Oh my god, look at this cute panda. Alright. Who can we talk to here? Alright. Let's talk to you again. Tell me about yourself. Why open a trading post in such a dangerous place? I just dislike the noise, Olag answers reluctantly. I'm from Restov. Oh, fair. Fair. It's not breakfast time yet. That's awful. That's just awful. Oh, that sound is just awful. Who did it? Californication. You really should leave Discord. You know, it's worse right now because I can't see the chat message in my chat monitor unless I alt tab out. I can't see it. You really should check Discord when we're streaming. I'm from Restov. Cities are complicated. Lots of people and each with their own place on the shelf. Bow before this one, fear this other. Don't do business with that a third, but be sure to be extra nice to the fourth. And villagers are little better. Everyone likes to stick their noses into each other's business. I just wanted a place where I could be my own master, and so I ended up here. Tell me about the stag, or well, I need to take care of the stag lord. Do you know anything that could help me find him? That's quite a task you've set yourself upon. Everyone is joining my Discord call? No. The stag lord has a fortress somewhere in the area, but only a few chosen from the most trusted of his rabble are ever invited. The location of the fortress is a heavily guarded secret, and with this fog hanging around, I'd imagine it would be even harder to find.
I'm white. I'm black.
I'm yellow. I'm red.
I'm blue. I believe, I will die, I believe.
I suppose you could try to follow the trail of those bandits who attacked the post before. But they came from the southwest, from the side of the Thorn River. Tag yourself, I'm blue. You guys are crazy. It's a Monday night. You guys are here. I love you. The Thorn River meanders through the northern parts of the Gnarl Marshes, slow, bedded, teeming with life, and the muddy waters flow sluggishly through flooded lanes and dense thickets. The locals dare not drink from the Thorn River, and not just because of the filth or the stench. Ravenous beasts lurk in the murky depths, lying in wait and ready at any time to pull their prey from solid ground down to the bottom of the river. The fortress might be there, or at least some large camp of theirs where you can find information. Okay. What else can you tell me about Staglord? Not much. Not like I've sat down and shared a cup of wine with the man, you know. But I think he arrived in the Stolen Lands less than a year ago, from what I've heard. But soon as he got here, he took over everything. I wrote to Restov, tried to warn them that the Staglord wasn't some typical gang leader, but they didn't listen. The rumors about him are horrible. He'll kill a person if they so much as disagree with him. He never reveals his face. Those who've seen him up close report the same thing. Ugly scars cover every inch of his skin, not covered by his clothes. The Staglord's past is a mystery. He just arrived one day. He was immediately a power to be reckoned with. I guess the most surprising thing about him is that he has as many followers who admire him as he has minions who obey him out of fear. He's got some inner strength in him, or maybe an inner madness. There are many who've seen him seem to follow him because of the madness, like it was some kind of virtue. We'll speak another time. Farewell. Sarah, you know, I have definitely blamed California Vacation for a blurb before I looked to see who it is. And at least one time I was wrong. And then I felt really bad. Alright. I think we should just go. Like, I think we should just go. It's not. This is the first time it hasn't directly told us to go, but I've talked to. Oh, you know what? I didn't find all my party members. I need to find all of them and chat with them. I mean, I don't need to, but I'm gonna. Hey, look who it is! You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of when I was playing Dragon Age Inquisition, and you'd come back to the base or whatever, and then you'd go around and talk to all your companions. Like, this is like that. So I don't know if we're always going to come back here, though, but yeah. Amiri, we're going to talk? Amiri utters a weary sigh. All right, spill it, I'm listening. Tell me about yourself. This simple question seems to puzzle Amiri. She scratches her head, then starts counting on her fingers. First, I'm a barbarian. I'm strong. I grew up in the realm of the Mammoth Lords. What's the realm of the Mammoth Lords? A realm of megafauna inhabited by humans almost as savage as the prehistoric beasts surrounding them. The realm of the Mammoth Lord is a land in Aveston's far north that is home to myriad nomadic tribes of Kelid barbarians. Oh my gosh, I love her. I love her, I love her, I love her. I left my tribe, the 6 bears. 6?! Bear! 6! 6 of you! And Mary looks thoughtfully at her 4 bent fingers and shrugs. And I like fights, she concludes, bending her thumb. What's it like to be a barbarian in the 6 Bears tribe? Ha! Our people are big and strong. We can cut a monster in half with one swing. We can walk 3 days and nights with no rest. We can eat a whole fried aurochs. I Guess you... Well, what does the realm of the Mammoth Lords look like? Huge and freezing. No place for weaklings. Amiri narrows her eyes as if evaluating your ability to survive her homeland. Tribes hunt Uruks herds to survive. Uruks are fast, so the tribe follows herd for days, just to not die of hunger. If you are weak, you stay behind and die in the snow. Tribe cannot stop. Also, there are giants and mammoths. Sometimes demons come too. Ah, and the mastodons. And the saber-toothed tigers. Amiri grins. You would survive, I think. For a few days. Yeah, I've invited it by installing it. That's fair enough. I love it, honestly. I think it's hilarious. Let's see. I guess you had to do a lot of training to become as strong as you are. Training? Ha ha ha! No one freaking trained me. The boys of the Six Bears got the training. All I could do was watch. Amir's eyes gleamed with anger. And you know what? They were still crap even after all that training because I kicked their butts hard. Animals, bandits, monsters. All thought they were stronger than me. Idiots. Amiri spits on the ground. Because if you start a fight, you think you can win. You think you're stronger than your enemy? Amiri raises her chin proudly. I defeated them all. See all the scars on my face. Why did you leave your tribe? Amiri flushes. Because they were assholes. All of them. Men were cowards and scoundrels, and women were scared like sheep. Amiri rolls her bloodshot eyes in fury. Men there think no girl can be a fighter, because they are weak. They are afraid a woman can beat them. And females just nod. Go sow hides, cook meat, watch kids. That's what they always say. But I'm a warrior, damn it. I won't cook hides and watch meat. Amiri is already shouting, her fists clenched tightly. I told them so. I went hunting with men. And what did I get? Still the same. You're a woman. You stay home. Even gave me a nickname. The Soft Chieftain. Like a warrior woman was a funny joke. Damn, I even went to hunt those shit-faced frost giants. And there. Amiri suddenly stops, breathing heavily, sweat beading on her forehead. After a moment, Amiri waves her hand awkwardly and forces herself to grin. So I left. Cowards, scoundrels, and sissies they were. That's why. Channel points, you say? I love this woman. You're quite a good fighter. Mary jerks her head up. Quite good, huh? Compared to who? If I was a crappy male, I'd fight better. Is that what you say? She's glazed at your eyes narrow. Or you say I could be better, like, go get some training, Amari, right? I meant to... Oh, wow. You're very good in a fight. You're an excellent warrior. I've just given you a compliment, that's all. For several more seconds, Amiri continues to glare at your face with suspicion. Then all of a sudden she mellows. True. I fight good. That's what I do best. Thanks for telling me. Let's talk about something else. Why not? Amiri frowns. But you feel she's glad to change the subject. We're just talking, don't like it? Amiri shrugs several times, perhaps flexing her muscles or maybe just fiddling in the silence. Dunno, she admits at last. Depends what we're going to talk about. If it's about monsters or swords or scars, I approve. That's good. And if you can ask questions like why, or what for, or how, screw this. Amiri looks at you over slowly head to toe. Or you got even harder ones. That's a formidable sword, but not just a simple weapon, is it? You bet it's not simple. Check out how big it is. She proudly raises the blade, and you notice that, even though Amiri is extremely strong, she still has difficulty wielding such a large sword. This sword belonged to a real blasted frost giant. I killed the beast and took this for myself. Fits me perfect. My damn trophy. Amiri's eyes flash with menace as if she's challenging some invisible enemy to try to take away her trophy. already asked her that. Thanks for talking with me. Well, does the game think I didn't ask her? So why did you leave your tribe, and what's the story about the Flesh Giants? I told you already, they were assholes. They treat women like sheep, not fighters, Amir frowns. As for giants, I'll tell you later. Someday, maybe. Thanks for talking with me. Let's speak again later. Talking. When will we do some monster killing instead? Amiri sighs and turns away. Okay. Can I talk to the dog? Nope, dog is just dog. Where's everyone else? Oh, she is over there. I said everyone else, but there's really only one person left. Okay, Sarah, good night. Thanks for stopping by and blessing us with your presence. Greetings, Valerie sighs. Everything is well, I hope? I'm ready for new orders. Tell me about yourself. What exactly would you like to know? I was born into a noble family, though I didn't remain long in the family estate. My father sent me to the Order of the Eternal Rose, but I left once I realized that it didn't match my principles. Where are you from? What was your childhood like? I was born in Brevoy, but in fact I've never seen much of the country. I spent my childhood on a remote estate owned by my noble family. My father is a respectable philanthropist and benefactor of the Church of Slane. He's also a renowned private collector and a great admirer of the arts. My mother saw to my education personally. From my early years, I learned good manners, how to behave at the dinner table, and the proper form of words for every occasion. I also learned the difference between the true nobles and low-born upstarts, and I learned how to treat each of them properly. Our home was always under the protection of several paladins of Slane. My father has donated a handsome sum to their order. One of them, a man of vulnerable age with a gray beard, and once let me touch his shining armor. I still remember the admiration I felt when I touched the cold polished steel. Valerie smiles. Of all the memories of my childhood, that one is somehow the warmest one. Oh, okay, Gratch. That explains it. They did add it later. I could have sworn when I tried it before it didn't have that. Why were you sent to the Paladin Order of the Eternal Rose? As you can imagine, from my first days I was surrounded by crowds of servants and nannies who never stopped praising my heavenly beauty. The Paladins of Slane who used to visit our house echoed these praises. In the end, general consensus overwhelmed my father's better judgment. When I turned 6, I was brought to the Church of Slane and I told that this would be my new home. Don't pity me, though. I beg of you. Many who hear this story immediately assume that my parents were cruel and had no love for their child. Valerie's eyes became stern. My parents had respect for me. They taught me something that has supported me all my life, a sense of self-esteem. Besides, they didn't abandon me. Once every 6 months, they would come and visit me at the Order of the Eternal Rose. We had some tea, and then had an hour to walk around the garden. Then they would take their leave, as etiquette demanded. What did they teach you in the Order? A variety of things. Some of them appealed to me. Others I simply couldn't accept. I enjoyed the physical activities and swordmanship, but the art, calligraphy, painting, poetry, and so many other ways to waste one's time. Valley sighs. I guess that deep in my heart I always knew I'd never be a true paladin of Slane. Wielding a sword always felt more natural to me than handling a paintbrush. Why'd you leave the Order? Because of my heavenly beauty, Valerie winced in contempt. According to Shane's law, all art is sacred, whatever form it takes. Severe punishment awaits those who dare harm a painting, sculpture, or poem, no matter how worthless the dribble might be. My looks always attracted unwanted attention from the pilgrims and acolytes of the temple. I received my first poem dedicated to me when I was 9. The author was some wealthy geezer. Valerie's lips thin in contempt. That was only the beginning. Sculptures, pictures, poems, I was drowning in them. My admirers mobbed me, and I had to respectfully accept all their garbage. The clerics of the temple were magnanimous, for my suitors made generous offerings to the church, but one time I just snapped. Barely suppressed anger glitters across Valerie's eyes. Some wealthy idiot has dedicated an extremely untalented poem to me, and he had the nerve to read it right to my face, holding my sleeve. The hour was late, and I was on my way to get some rest after a boring lesson on rhymes. I lost control and tore the poem apart right in front of him. Valerie raised her hand proudly. The paladins wanted to impose some punishment upon me. I don't remember which one exactly. They wanted me to repent. Instead, I just gathered my things and left. Okay. I have to tell you, when we met this character, I thought she was probably going to be the most boring character. But this is a good backstory. I like it. What did you do after you left the Order? I set off for Restov, Valerie shrugs. I wanted to get as far away as possible from Shun and the destiny everyone seems so ready to force upon me. Besides, the school of swordsmanship in Restov has quite a decent reputation. Honestly, I was hoping for an opportunity to learn from the famous Aldori masters. Yeah, the writing has been really impressive. Eventually it became clear that their technique wasn't a good fit for me. They teach to avoid impact, whereas I prefer to raise my shields. But my abilities and skills, which I'd learned at the Order of the Eternal Rose, were enough to make the Sword Lords take an interest in me. They offered me a chance to join the mercenaries who served the Sword Lords. I accepted. Let's change the subject. Let's see. Yeah, actually, this is a good question, because I kind of assumed she was, worshipped a deity because she's a paladin. But it does kind of sound like maybe she doesn't. Let's start with this one, though. Tell me about the way of Shlyn and about her paladins. Shlyn is the goddess of love, beauty, and art. Her paladins are something like armored artists. That's how they like to think of themselves, at least. She tries to contain her feelings, but her inner contempt bursts forth. They are fanatical defenders of worthless, inartistic paintings and meaningless opposes if you care to know my opinion. I don't know whether Valerie and Lindsay are gonna be friends because they both have this thing against, like, I don't know. I guess they wouldn't be. I don't think Valerie would get along very well with Lindsay if they had a conversation about anything that that Lindsay's interested in. You speak of Shimmer such contempt of the gods due to your anger. She's been trying to ruin my life, Valerie snorts. The goddess of everything useless that ever existed in this life. All the beauty in the world, all the art, all the soulful sighs in the moonlight. They never feed a single family. And I beg you to restrain yourself from offering your own opinion. Trust me, I've heard everything you can tell me, more than once. Nothing, and nobody can change my mind. Valerie looks at you with suspicion. As for Shlyn, she's the goddess of idlers. I almost joined her preposterous entourage. I'm just glad I was smart enough to denounce her while I still could. What do paladins of Shlyn most usually do? They both have left because of being treated like garbage, so they might get along eventually. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Though I was thinking back on it because Lindsay's experience is more specifically with the academy and less with the actual goddess herself, whereas Valerie seems to just despise the entire thing. They wander around seeking the next pile of garbage, and when they find it, they call it an immortal piece of art and admire it until they're blue in the face. You might not believe this, but the paladins of Shlyn aren't exactly allowed to slay their enemies if they beg for mercy. Can you guess why? Because a bandit, rapist, or murderer who has been put to the sword will never be able to create something beautiful in the future. Really? That does sound pretty... So a paladin overpowers her enemy in battle, then inspires him to create a masterpiece. Valerie's face reflects extreme disgust. It might sound hilarious if it weren't true. But I can see how she worded that probably differently than the followers of the Eternal Rose would word it, but yikes. Plus, all of Shin's followers are obliged to practice some sort of art in his or her free time every single day, no matter what else is going on, even if you're feeling sick or hungry or sleepy. Otherwise, according to their clerics, you lose your connection with your goddess. A preposterous notion, wouldn't you agree? You said that every paladin must practice some kind of art. What kind of art did you pursue? That. I used to embroider. And I still do from time to time. A treacherous blush covers Valerie's cheeks. It's nothing, I assure you. Just a simple task to keep my hands busy and keep the gloomy thoughts at bay. Nothing special. I understand that not every piece of art is good or even decent, but surely there must be at least a few great works among them. Is that what you think? Valerie curves an eyebrow, mocking amazement. Many share that delusion. I was deluded too for a while. Now I consider all works of art useless. People create this garbage because they have nothing better to do. The peasant doesn't paint a picture, he plows the earth to feed his family. The soldier has no time for sculpture, he must defend his homeland. But idlers and slackers have plenty of time to waste, so they smear canvases with paint and imagine they've done something worthy and valuable. Valerie shakes her head in disapproval. I see. Let's talk about something else. I couldn't agree more. If I can be frank, all this talk about Shane makes me want to spit. But my noble upbringing prevents me from performing such an undignified act. So you're an atheist. You don't worship any deity. Right. I need no guidance from above. I have my own good conscience and my leader's orders to live by. Interesting. So she is a paladin with no deity. That is really interesting. You know, you don't have to follow etiquette and maintain good manners while speaking with me if you don't want to. I'm aware of that, Valerie sighs, but I'm sure you understand that I am what I am. That's how I was brought up, first by my parents and then by my mentors in the order. Besides, I was born to a noble family, Valerie raises her chin proudly, so I rather enjoy the idea that my manner of speech differs a bit from the common language of the peasantry. You just can't imagine how many social climbers have bowed politely the moment I opened my mouth. You're so eager to follow my orders. Why? What do you mean, why? Valerie looks at you in bewilderment. I follow your orders. I've joined your campaign because I have faith in you. I believe your intentions to be noble. The things may not always turn out as you planned. You are my commander. Your orders are law. It's my duty to follow them. Valerie hesitates for a moment. Well, so long as you don't order me to do something that's absolutely dishonorable. But that would never happen, I hope. Thank you for the conversation. Talk to you later. As you wish. Valerie nods with dignity. Huh. Very interesting. Alright, here's what I think I'll do. Because it is after 3:30. I think I will save here. Because we've talked to everyone. So then next time, which I think is going to be tomorrow because I want to keep playing this. Did I talk to him? I did not. Hold on. Vulcan frowns as he ostentatiously examines the nearest wall, hands in his sleeves. Without turning to you, the old man finally says in a dull voice, "You want some potions? Can I help you in any way?" Vulcan glances at you, suddenly interested. "Well, since you're asking, there's a cave nearby. I used to pick berries in there, but the place has been overrun by spiders. The berries are red, look a lot like raspberries. Fangberries, I call them. I'd be real grateful if you gathered a basket of them and brought them back. Just be quick. If you do, they'll spoil quickly." "Those spiders in the cave are mean. Here, let me give you some alchemical fire. Crafted it myself. Burn those spiders to a crisp. That will teach them for taking over my Fangberry cave. I also need a bucket of moon radishes. They're rare and mysterious plants. I don't know where to find them, but I know that kobolds gather them and value them highly. It's not a huge deal, really. I'd do it myself if I were younger, but if you're willing, I'll pay you 3 potions for the berries and a purse full of coins for the radishes." I almost missed a quest. I did. "Why do you need fangberries and moon radishes, Vulcan? Do you want to know, huh? Well, I'll gladly tell you after you bring me some." "Alright, I'll try to help." Vulcan glances at you hopefully. "Just watch out, alright? Don't end up someone's lunch." About those tasks of yours. Talk about something else. I should go. Okay. So now I have another quest. Can I back up on this map without being backed up? I guess not. Doesn't seem to be a button for it. Huh. Where am I? Oh. I confused myself. Alright. Now I'm gonna save the game. Alright. The game is also trying to get you to waste time and miss your main quest deadline. I mean, sure. We have, what, 80 days or something? Hmm. Yeah. Dunno. Yeah. Game is huge. Alright, I know I said I was gonna stop, but I'm gonna poke my head to the map. We're not gonna continue. I'm just gonna look at the map. Just gonna look at the map. It's fine. Yeah, I mean, this is on the way. This is on the way. The cave is on the way. So it's fine. Right? So it's fine. And then we just need to go over here for the main quest. Oh, the path is unknown? Interesting. What does that mean? Guess it means you have to go down that way? Oh, look, the fog! Is that the fog? Anyway. Oh, man. This game is awesome so far! Oh my god! I like barely got through the tutorial. Or the intro or whatever. I love it. I love it. Thank you guys for joining me on this spontaneous stream. And also, thank you for the chats that led to this stream. Because that was excellent. But yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be a gateway game for sure. For sure. Yeah. Because there's a lot of games like this that I've been interested in for a long time. But I've always been unsure. I mean, I'm still kind of unsure, honestly, because this game kind of transformed into something else the moment I realized it had turn-based system. But at the same time, like, I feel like even if the combat was meh for me, if all the other things in this game were there, then I'd still want to, play play the game. So if Pillars of Eternity is like this, then I'm probably gonna like it. I mean, again, we're not that far, so maybe in a few hours I'm not gonna like this game. Who knows? But I mean, the writing is really good so far, and yeah, I'm curious to see what happens with my skills and stuff. But yeah, We'll see. We'll see. Let me see if I can send y'all anywhere. Not really. Well, I can send you to Claws and Whiskers that we went to last time. Other than that, no one else I know is live. So that's where we're going. We're going to Claws and Whiskers to look at some kittens.